I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing. It is November 5th. Verizon says it's 9:02, so we can get started. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for this morning's hearing. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to swear anybody in who's here to testify on any items on today's agenda. So if you're here for a code enforcement matter, if you could stand and raise your right hand for me, I'm going to swear you all in, including city staff, at the same time. Raise your right hands for me, the gentleman in the back. Gentleman with the white shirt, raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. A little bit about process. So when you hear your case called, you're going to come to the podium down here on my right side. City staff will come to the podium on my left. The city will go first. They will present its case. They will show me their documents, any evidence that they wish to have me consider. That'll be on the screens on both sides of me behind me. Once the city has completed its case, presented any testimony it has, any documents, called any witnesses that it is going to call, it will be your turn to then go and present any evidence that you have, any testimony that you have, cross-examine any witnesses that the city has put on. Once I've heard from both sides, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll get a copy of an order that reflects that ruling either as you leave the room today or in the mail after today's hearing. So with that said, keep in mind I swore all of you in, so all of your testimony today is given under oath. So with that, I will turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 63816 Merrill Ave, CEBLD 25010704, number 6.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Joe Valdez, Building Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. This case number is CEBLD 25010704. The address is 3816 Merrill Avenue. The violation that I observed is a new fence that was erected without securing permits or inspections. I issued the violation stop work order on 1/25/25. The notice of violation was mailed, was certified mailed on 10/8/2025, was posted at City Hall 10/10/2025, and was posted on the property 10/7/25. Certified mail was delivered on 10/10/25. The violation I observed is a new chain-linked black fence that was installed on the property without any permits or inspection being done. The pictures do depict the allegations that I'm testifying to. Permits, of course, are required for fencing in the city of West Palm Beach, and inspections are required also. The permits have been applied for by the owner, but have not been issued as of today. Inspections, of course, have not been done. Included in my file is a notice of affidavit of posting. I have been in contact with a certain gentleman that was a representative for the owner, and he said they were working on getting these permits, but till this point they have not done so. So at this point, I recommend 60 days to comply, and after that, $50 a day. And I think that is sufficient time to bring this up because it's a simple fence. The fence is done. It should go through permitting quickly.
Thank you, sir. And considering that the permits have been applied for, do you believe 60 days is a reasonable amount of time to give the property owner to come in compliance?
I do, because once they get issued, it's just a matter of doing inspections. So it's not a real big deal. It's not like several inspections, it's just one.
Understood. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Is the respondent present in this case? All right, for the record, in CEBLD 25010704, the respondent is not present. Do you know when the permits were applied for? Was it recently, or have they been in for a while?
They were applied for, I would say, a couple of months ago.
Okay.
So they've been back and forth with plan review on several issues.
But it
on
has
that.
gone back and forth, so there's some movement on the permit?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CEBLD 250100704, I've noted for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file and the testimony of the inspector, that the city had good service for today's hearing based on an affidavit of posting and a USPS delivery confirmation on the notice. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the inspector, that the respondent's in violation of sections 110.3 and 105.1 for the new fence that was installed without the required permit and inspections. I'll require the respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 7, 112 Monroe Drive, CEBLD 231-00453.
Hello, it's me again. This case is CEBLD 231000453. The address where the violation occurred is 112 Monroe Drive. The violation I observed was interior renovations being done to the kitchen and 2 bathrooms. All trades are included in this violation, meaning electrical, plumbing, and mechanical. I issued the violation on 10/18/2023. The notice of violation was mailed by certified mail on 10/8/25, posted at City Hall 10/10/25, and was posted on the property 10/7/25. Certified mail was delivered on 10/10/25. What I observed was I went and did an inspection next door, and I saw work going on, and I went by, and there was a lot of work being done to the kitchens, renovations, bathrooms, and there was no permits that were secured or inspections that have been done. And of course, permits are required for the work that has been done, because it's been done already. Permits have been applied for, but have not been issued. No inspections have been done. Included in my file is the notice of violation and the affidavit of postings. I have been in contact with both the owner and a representative, and they keep giving me a runaround story that they're going to be doing it, they're working on it, they're doing their best, but I don't see any results. So at this point, the city recommends 60 days to comply, $50 a day. Since the work has been done, it should be a simple couple of inspections, so I think 60 days is enough. And that's my testimony.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And it looks like your original inspection was from 23?
Yeah.
Why was there such a long time before notice went out?
Well, because the owner kept dealing with the 4 times the fee with our supervisors, and they kept going back and forth, and they eventually dropped some of the fees down. So that took a while to get resolved. And
When was the permit applied for, do you know?
no, I don't at this point, but it was applied probably about 6 months ago.
Okay.
And I can get that information for you if you like.
No, that's fine, as long as it's more recent. My concern is if it was applied for in 23 and we're 2
No,
years
no,
later.
it's-
You've had recent communication with the respondent?
Yes.
Okay. Is the respondent present for this case? All right, for the record, in CEBLD 231000453, the respondent is not present. I just see those other affidavits of posting? I know the system's bogging down. Those are older ones. What, did you post, there are older affidavits of posting in there for something else?
No. It was posted once, and then it was removed because they, like I said, they were going through all that phase of.
Fee issue.
And then it was
Okay.
reissued, reposted.
All right, that's from May 24. Can I see the one, the current one?
The current one should be pretty recent.
Oh, maybe go up again. The first one, I think, 10-7. Yeah, let's see if that's it. Thank you. There it is. Perfect. Thank you. All right, anything further from the city?
No.
I guess the one thing I didn't see is photographs. Can you see the photo?
Well, they, as soon as I went there, the doors were open, and as they saw me coming, they closed all the doors, but I was able to see the work that was being done. So, and I'm not allowed to go into the property unless given permission. But they're not denying any of the allegations.
Okay. Is there a copy of the permit application file?
I don't have it on my file, but I can get that for you. Yeah, it's the second one down. You had it right there. I think it was 20. No. Go back. No, it's going to be building. So if you want to go back to one. No, it's building. It's a remodeling. Go back to permits maybe. Well, where you were before, right there, the second one down, right there. Yeah, see, it's still in review. 522.
And is there, is it possible to see the actual application?
I don't know. I don't have a way of doing that, but maybe.
Okay, hold on there for a minute. Yeah, thank you. You knew my eyes were going to need a little bit better than that. Thank you. Even with my glasses on. All right, new kitchen. And what's the date on that? Is the date at the top or the bottom? June 5th. Okay. Okay, that's sufficient. All right, in case CEBLD 231-00453, and if, go ahead and add that to your case file, the actual permit, if you could, just so the record is clear on this one, since I did review that, and I'm going to base my ruling on that permit document. In CEBLD 231-00453, I've noted that the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection, which will include the June 2024 interior renovation permit. I'll find, based on reviewing the notice documents in the case file, which include both an affidavit of posting and a signed, delivered certified mail, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the permit application submitted by the respondent for the interior renovation in June of 2024, that the respondent's in violation of sections 110.3 and 105.1 for the work that was done without the required permit and inspections. I'll require respondent to comply with those sections within 60 days, or a $50 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 8, 4801 South Dixie Highway, CEBLD 25010697.
The code case is CEBLD 25010-697. The address is 4801, excuse me, South Dixie Highway. The violation I observed was a new steel car lift structure being erected on a lot that was part of a restaurant that was being built.
What was it? I'm sorry, a new what?
Steel car lift structure.
Oh, car lift.
So cars go in,
Okay.
they lift.
Perfect,
and they,
thank you.
They're able to put more cars than they're able to. I issued the violation on 01/15/2025. The notice of violation was mailed on 10/8/2025, posted at City Hall on 10/14/2025, posted on the property on 10/8/2025, and it was left on the property on 10/15, or left. It was not, nobody picked it up, 10/15/2025. And again, there should be pictures. It's a new steel structure lift that was erected, and it does require sub-permits of electrical also, so it would be building and electrical permits. So permits are required for that structure. Permits have been applied for, they have not been issued, and no inspections have been done. I included in my file notice of violation and affidavit of posting. I have not been in contact with any of the owners or contractors, but I know they're working on it because they have applied for the permit, so it's been applied for. And the city recommends at this point 120 days to comply and $100 a day after that. And I think that's fair.
And I know we're working on pulling up the case file and
Okay.
photos, but the city would like to move the case file and testimony and photos into evidence.
I have pictures for you if you would like to see them.
Do you have the whole paper file, or probably not?
I have the whole file with me.
Thank you. And let me know, do you want me to take a recess to, is there a restart option, or? Okay. It's not even Monday. All right, so you want to do a 10-minute recess? Think that'll be sufficient? All right, I'm going to recess the hearing at 9:23, given the computer difficulties, so that somebody can help get that going again. So we'll reconvene at 9:33. And you're free to step out if you need to use the restroom or get a drink or something. call back to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing. We were on case number 8, CEBLD 2501-0697. Go ahead, Mr. Valdez.
Yes.
I think you were done with your testimony, is that right?
Yes, I am.
All right, so it's just a matter of looking at the documents, which now appear to be working on the screen. All right, and if I could just see the notice documents. All right, is the respondent present in this case? All right, seeing none, for the record, the respondent is not present. All right, in case CEBLD 2501-0697, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the inspector, that the respondent's in violation of sections 110.3 and 105.1 for the steel structure installed without the required permit and inspections. I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 120 days, or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 27, 1361 7th Street, CE 25104-173. Number 27, 1361 7th Street.
Good morning, Code Officer KT Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While checking a complaint in the area, I observed several violations at 1361 7th Street. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on October the 9th of 2025, citing the following violations. 18-103B, the condition of structure. 94-485-E, surfacing of parking in the driveway. 78-94C, swells and parkways. 74-4-C-1, hurricane hazard. 78-6, numbering standards. 94-446-2-E, edging. 18-106-B, excessive growth. And 18-106G, paint, or touching up paint. The notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall on October the 9th, of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on October the 9th, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on October the 20th of 2025. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on November the 3rd of 2025 and observed the property still in violation of all the violations previously listed. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property owner. I spoke with him briefly before the hearing, who is in agreement with 60 additional days. The city is requesting the 60 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Weaver. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, your name, sir?
Ruben Gato.
And what's your relation to Hornero Inc.?
El president.
Okay, you're the president. Great. And just hold on 1 second. I want to make sure you can see the documents, but there appears to be another error. All right, it looks like we're back in business. All right, if you can just start kind of at the, I guess at the, yeah, just so he can see the floor. Okay.
The same way I always.
All right, I guess pull up the original photos. And Ms. Weaver, your testimony was you went back out on what date? On
The 3rd.
of
And
November? And
y-
the same conditions were
Well,
present?
it was the 3rd. He is telling me that on yesterday, someone came out and they cut the grass. But that will be, I'll have to go back out and
Do a
and do that. But
reinspection.
I know the driveway, like I said, for me, everything's there. But with the additional time that we're asking for, it should definitely be covered under that.
Okay. All right, so do you understand all of the violations? You've spoken with Ms. Weaver, you understand what you need to do to get into full compliance?
Yes, most of that I have been taken care of, especially the grass, the trimming around. There is one problem with the driveway. We found a leak on the water line, so that's why I was requesting a little bit more time to fix that, so we can fix the driveway properly.
Okay. And you're in agreement, you think you can get all this done within the 60 days, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the hurricane hazard, has that been addressed?
I will have to go back out, but I was told that the trees were trimmed and everything, but like I said, I will have to go back out to validate that.
Okay.
But either way, it still should be able to be done within the 60 days.
And can I see those photos again of that tree? Did you have the tree cut, sir? Is it
Excuse
more
me?
than one tree for the hurricane hazard? Did you have the trees cut?
Yes.
Okay. And the painting you have scheduled?
Within the 60 days, yeah, I will definitely have it
Okay.
will be done.
Ms. Weaver, show me when the hurricane hazard comes
Those
up.
in the back, you can see all of those. He has a few back there, but like I said, he said that they were trimmed, so that will be.
And it's a power line conflict, is that?
No, it's just that they need the dead stuff needs to come
Okay,
off.
all the dead vegetation, okay.
Yes.
And the driveway is what? The grass is clear. What's the issue with the driveway, Ms. Weaver?
It needs to be repaired. There is a picture of the driveway. There, earlier you had two separate pictures that you clicked on and it showed a better view of the driveway. That's part of it, yes. That's the main part where there's.
Okay. All right, anything further that you'd like me to hear, sir?
No, thank you for the opportunity. And basically, the main thing is the driveway,
Okay,
because we called a plumber and he can't find where the piping goes into the house yet. So we may have to break a little bit more of the driveway and then repair it.
okay. And just make sure whatever you're doing, make sure you speak with the city about whether you need permits for what you're doing, so you don't end up in.
Yeah, I saw the documents. The driveway requires a permit.
Sure. Do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen scrolling on the screen, those being entered into the record?
No, there was like that a little bit, and then it was cut, but it wasn't cut professionally. And then I got another loan person, and they cut more professionally, more all the edges and everything.
Okay. And just keep in touch with Ms. Weaver. If for some reason you have trouble with the 60 days, just make sure you keep in touch with the city. That should be more than enough time for you to get through the process and get done, but just make sure you keep in touch with her.
Sure.
All right, anything else from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25104-173, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'm going to find, based on the notice documents in the case file, that the city, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 78-6, 7894C, 744C1, 18106G, 94446-2E, 94485E, 18103B, and 18106B, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter. So keep in touch with the city if you have any difficulties,
will.
okay, sir? Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 32195 Pershing Way, CE 25063712. Number 32.
Good morning. Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City West Palm Beach.
And you were sworn, Mr. Pasmino, were
I
you?
was,
Okay,
yes.
very good, thank you.
This property was referred to me by the landscape planners with the Planning and Zoning Department for having artificial turf installed in the parkway and on the property visible from the street. This case was created, the property was cited on August 28th, 2025. The notice of hearing was hand-delivered to the property owner on September 19th, 2025. The violations in the code case are 94-451A4 for artificial turf outside of the limited locations, which are rear and side setbacks. 94-451D, artificial turf, specifically that is visible from a road or street. And 94-451G, permit required for installation of artificial turf. I have had contact with the owner and have been in constant communication by email and phone since June. There was a new law that took effect on July 1st, 2025 regarding artificial turf in residential properties. So there has been some back and forth. The owner removed the artificial turf in the parkway immediately and installed sod. For the artificial turf on his property, he did apply for 2 permits. There was some confusion, but the permit, he has some artificial turf in the rear that is allowed. Right now, the remaining issue is the artificial turf in the driveway in the front yard. The artificial turf strips between the pavers. He has applied for a permit. It was denied because it is in violation of the 94-451 section. The argument is that the new state law says that the cities cannot prohibit property owners under 1 acre from installing if they meet DEP standards. The DEP has not set those standards yet. So as of now, the Planning and Zoning Department and the city is sticking with the ordinance that we have in place. And since we are not restricting, or we're not prohibiting the installation, it's restricted to side and rear setbacks. The city is recommending 60 additional days to comply with these violations, or the city is asking for a fine of $100 a day if not complied. The photos I took were myself, and they accurately depict the violations I observed.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and the testimony, into evidence.
All right, can you scroll back up to the top of that? Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, that's fine on that one. If I could see the rest of the documents in the case file.
So he applied for 2 permits throughout the code case process. That one that was approved and it's completed, so the permit's closed out past final inspection, was for any artificial turf after the front building line, the front face of the building. That's the stuff he has around his pool. It is approved on the plan. The stuff from the front building face forward is he did apply for a permit as well. That's the one that got denied.
And that's what you were talking about in the driveway?
That's the stuff in the driveway. That's the strips between pavers.
All right. I think just buzz through all those if you could. If that's part of the record, I need to see everything that's in there. If I did see that one, yes. And while she's getting the rest of those open, your name, sir?
Raymond Massarella.
And you're the property owner.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So just bear with me, and you can look at the documents on the screen here at the same time I'm looking at them. And then it looks like you have some paperwork in your hand that you want me to look at. So we'll get to that in just a second. And you posted and you hand delivered, is that correct?
So the notice in front of us was hand delivered. It was rescheduled at one point because the owner was out of the country. That's the notice in front of us.
It's signed on the
The
bottom
original,
there. Okay.
yeah.
So you had an affidavit of posted for affidavit of posting, excuse me, for a prior notice.
For the original, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And are there reinspection photos?
Yeah, there should be photos from yesterday, right there. So like I said, he removed the stuff that was in the parkway immediately. And then the code section reads visible from the street. That's photos taken from the sidewalk showing the artificial turf strips and the pavers remains.
Okay. All right, does the city have any additional testimony or witnesses in this case?
No, Magistrate.
All right, sir, it's your turn.
Yes, thank you. I have exhibits 1 through 9 that are photographs that I've taken or copies of the city's building inspection records, and I'd like to move them into evidence along with, I'd like to hand you the new statute and DEP
Sure, and
regulation.
go ahead and just speak up for me because I'm hearing you, but I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So just make sure you talk loudly into the microphone. Whatever you want to enter into the record, give it to Mr. Pazmino. He's going to give it to the city attorney to look at before I look at it, and then I will take a look once I hear if they have any objections. So hand it to your code officer, the documents that you'd like me to consider and enter into the record. And are those copies that the city can keep?
Pardon me?
Are those copies that the city can keep?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'll give them a second to look at the documents, and then I'll ask the city if they have any objection. And then after I hear that, I will then take a look.
Are the screenshots of the permit screen for your property?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no address. Okay.
And Madam Clerk, have you opened everything that's in that case file? Yes, okay. Thank you. And Mr. Pasmino, while your attorney is looking at those documents, the original notice that was sent, was that a notice of violation and notice of hearing?
It was, yes.
And then the secondary notice was just a notice of hearing?
It was a notice of violation, notices of hearing as well.
Okay, very good. All right, that's the original, okay. And you had an affidavit of posting on that. And that's the one for today's hearing, which you have hand delivery on, okay. All right. Does the city have any objection to the documents that the respondent is intending to enter?
No objection.
Thank you. All right, thank you. And don't let me mispronounce your name, sir. You say your last name, Massarella?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's, the city is indicating they don't have any objection to your evidence. Do you have any objection to the documents that have been scrolling on the screen that the city is asking me to enter into the
I don't.
record? Was that a no?
I do not.
Okay, very good. So with that, just so we get through the easy part first, I will enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection, and I will enter Respondent's Composite Exhibit R2, which I will so mark, which, just so the record is clear, includes exhibits marked 1 through 9 by the respondent, as well as a copy of section 125.572 of the Florida statutes. I'll mark that as Exhibit 10. And I will enter respondent's exhibits as Composite Exhibit R2 without objection from the city.
There should be a DEP regulation there also.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the second page, I'll mark that as Exhibit 11, is Chapter 62, 308. This is the Florida Administrative Code, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll mark that as Exhibit 11. That will be included in Respondent's Composite Exhibit R2, which I've entered without objection. All right. So go ahead, do you want to walk me through these exhibits?
Well, let me walk you through the history a little bit. My wife and I purchased the house in 2020. When we did, it was in dire need of maintenance. There was a lot of deferred maintenance. The yard was a mess. At that time, it was primarily concrete in the front and the side. There was very little grass. So and no irrigation, concrete with no ability to irrigate anything. So in walking around the neighborhood, we noticed that a lot of homes was using artificial grass. And if you take a look at Exhibit 2 and 3, so I'm on Pershing Way. If you take a look at Exhibit 2, that's Belmont Road, which is 1 block south of me. And you'll see that driveway with artificial grass. That driveway has had that artificial grass there for as long as I've lived in the neighborhood, and it still has it there. And then if you take a look at Exhibit 3, that is Medina Way, which is 1 block north of me. Same condition, artificial grass that has been there, I don't know how long. I've been there for 5 years. I'm not exactly sure when the artificial grass was installed on these other properties. So, at first we didn't even realize those other properties had artificial grass because it looked so real. When I thought of artificial grass, I always thought of that plastic-looking stuff that doesn't look real. And I finally realized, I'm thinking, how do these people keep this grass alive in these driveways, and I finally realized it was artificial. So I went and put it in. I didn't realize that using it would be a violation of anything, because there was probably 6 or 8 homes in my neighborhood that had it. I've only given you a couple of examples. So I did put it in the right of way, and I put it, and if you take a look at Exhibit 1, you know, you have sort of these diamond shapes, or what do you want to call them? That was originally brick. So I had the brick removed and I had the strips installed. And
So the whole driveway was brick, or you're saying where the green is was brick?
no, where the green is,
Was bricks
it was
before.
brick.
Okay, very
Right, so
good.
I just had them take, you know, you see the brick that's on the steps, it was the same brick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I did that. And I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. And and it was open and obvious to everybody that would pass by that I had that grass. I have to be honest with you, it's hard to tell that it's not real, but if you're, you know, the trained eye should know that. So again, you know, there was quite a bit of lack of maintenance on the home when I purchased it. And one of the first things I did was I put a new roof on it, and that was also in 2021. So, and you have that as, you have the inspection records. So that's Exhibit 5. It underwent 4 physical inspections, all of which ultimately passed. So I had a building official come out to my property, walk across my artificial grass at least 4 times doing building inspections, and never told me that that grass was in violation of anything. In 2022, a building official came to me and asked me to give him access through my property to the rear utility easement. We have a terrible situation with the utility, with the sewer in my neighborhood. It's constantly in need of maintenance. And it's been a real source of problem for me and a couple of my neighbors. So, you know, when he was showing up and telling me he was finally going to go back there and, you know, inspect this and fix this problem, I said, sure, walk through my, you know, you can come through my yard anytime you want and go take a look at it. Well, after a couple of days, he shows up at my door with a handful of violations. And what I found out was, for one thing, the person that I purchased the house from installed an air conditioning system without a permit. So I went and got a permit, had it inspected on October 22, 2022. That building inspector walked across my artificial grass at least twice going in and out, never told me it was a violation. I was also cited for not having, I guess in 2013, the previous owner installed a water heater that he didn't get a permit for, so I was told I was in violation for that too, so I went and got a permit for a plumbing permit, and on October 28, 2022, the plumbing inspector came out, walked across my artificial grass, performed his inspection, I passed, never mentioned anything to me. I was also violated. The person I bought it from had just put in a new electrical panel. I think they did it because they knew they had to do it to sell the house, because, you know, I guess what was there was very outdated. It passed inspection initially, but the new inspector said that there was some violation because there was some drawing that the electrical inspector didn't have in his permit packet. So I called up so I got violated for that. I went down, and I don't think I pulled a new permit for this, but the electrical contractor, you know, amended his drawings or supplemented them or do whatever it is that he had to do. It was really a technical, very technical violation. So he did whatever he did. The building inspector came out on October 28 and walked across my artificial grass to get in and out, passed my inspection, never mentioned anything to me. one problem I created was that this gentleman who violated me in 2022 pointed out that I didn't have a building permit for my awnings. I did hire a contractor to install awnings. I had no idea that he didn't apply for a proper permit. So I said, fine, let me go down, I'll get that permit. I had to go through historic review and all that stuff. I did all that stuff. I got my permit. On December 16, 2022, the building official shows up, walks across my artificial grass, passes my awning inspection with no problem. So we get to 2024. I decided to build a pool. My wife wanted a pool, and she finally won that argument, and we did the pool. I hired a pool contractor, and instead of having a hard deck, those plans indicated it would be artificial turf. And he hired a subcontractor to do that work along with some other. I think there were subcontractors for electrical, plumbing, artificial turf, whatever it was. But he hired the turf company, and they installed it. And in lieu of a deck. On the plans, it says, where it says deck, it says, it doesn't say concrete, it says artificial turf for the deck. And on May 7, 2024, that deck was inspected and it was passed.
Okay.
The final inspection occurred on June 11, 2024, where the whole project passed with the artificial turf. So when Mr. Pasmino told me that I was in violation for having artificial turf in my side yard that was visible from the street, I explained to him, I said, well, this has been visible from the street ever since I put it in. I passed my inspections. Why are you violating me? And I think he's a gentleman, did research, and was very helpful during this process. And I guess he determined that my problem was my pool contractor needed a sub-permit for the turf. I don't know whether that's true or not. I just think that if that was a problem, the city should have drew that to everybody's attention before they passed the deck and give me a final inspection. But with that said, I didn't want to, I'm not looking to fight City Hall. I think, fine, if I have to go downtown and pull a permit, that's what I'll do. So I came down here and paid $100, got a permit, and we got it passed, even though I don't really think I needed to do that. Regarding the turf in the front, I immediately changed it.
And so, I don't mean to interrupt you, but the permit you just spoke of was for the rear, right? For the, around the pool deck? For the side, okay.
Yeah, not for the rear, the side, yeah. The turf in the right-of-way, I just immediately had my landscaper take care of that, I get.
Okay.
So again, we now have, so we go to the pool inspections. That's Exhibit 4. I had, let's see, I had a deck inspection, I had a final, I guess I had 2 final inspections. It looks like I had four inspections, I guess. Okay, so we have 4 inspections. Every one of those inspectors walked across my artificial grass in the front of the house to go do the pool inspection. I passed all those inspections. This is stuff outside of what was approved on the plans for the pool deck. Never told me, ever, that I was in violation. So for 4 years, I think I had a total of, 14 or 15 inspections, building officials coming over to my house and performing all sorts of inspections. None of them ever mentioned turf. I've had city utility people there constantly because of the problem with the sewer in the back. It is a constant problem. None of those folks ever told me that I was in violation for anything. They walked across it 100 times since I've been there. So I didn't have any reason to believe that it was a violation. It existed all over my neighborhood. I had it for at least 4 years, open and obvious, where building officials were walking across it. There's no reason for me to believe that I have a violation. And I would submit to you, for those reasons alone, the city is stopped or barred by latches to enforce the provisions. Now, as Mr. Pasmino pointed out, lo and behold, in the meantime, the legislature in its wisdom passed section 125.572 that more or less says that local governments cannot regulate artificial turf on single-family homes less than an acre. They can't prohibit it. They can't enforce ordinances barring it. But we have to get regulations from the DEP. So the DEP, I think you marked it 11. That's their proposed rule. I would submit to you that I comply with that rule because the grass on the side that just passed inspection a week ago is the same grass as the front. I've submitted to the city the spec sheet for the grass on the side. It's in compliance. They just passed the same grass. The problem is that the city maintains that they've always had a rule that says you can't have artificial turf in your front yard. Okay. So they maintain that they're not going to issue me that building permit because it's in the front yard. And my argument is, that's contrary to what the legislature said. And what Mr. Pasmino explained to me was the city's position is, well, we're not prohibiting you from using artificial turf. We're just restricting you. And of course, I'm confused by that.
Okay.
What's the difference? Aren't they synonymous? What's the difference between if you say, I hereby prohibit you from using grass in the front, or I hereby restrict you from using grass in the front? Whatever words you might use is still contrary to 125.572. And while I believe that the grass I have in the front complies with the proposed DEP standard, I think I highlighted your version. If you see that, it says, these standards are intended to be applied to residential landscapes using synthetic turf as defined by section 125.571, 1 in paren, as a replacement for natural turf grass and is not intended to address small areas such as pet relief spots or similar. So I would submit to you, I'm not replacing natural turf with artificial grass. If you take a look at those photos, I would say that my front yard, I don't know what percentage of it is concrete, but I would submit that at least 90% of it's concrete. And these are small strips. So I don't even need to comply with the DEP standard because it specifically exempts, it specifically says it's not intended to address small areas. And I would submit to you that, strips that are 4 inches wide are a small area in comparison to the rest of what we're talking about there. So I don't think I'm in violation for the front. I mean, if I was in violation initially, I probably was initially in violation. But again, I think that violation should have been raised long before it was. I don't think I should have to go through 15 building inspections, get cited for prior violations of my previous owner, that the city had many opportunities to tell me that was a violation. I wasn't hiding it from anybody. I wasn't covering it up during the daytime to hide anything. I think they're stopped from violating me, or at least the doctrine of laches applies. But now it's moot, right? I don't understand why the city takes the position that they think there's a difference between how they can say, well, we're not prohibiting you from installing it, we're just restricting you from installing it in the front. That's not what the statute says. Statute says if it's less than 1 acre, which I don't think anybody contends it's more than 1 acre, and it's a single family home, you can't prohibit the installation of artificial turf. So for those reasons, and I would be happy to go through the permit process. I'm happy. I don't care. I don't want to fight with the city. They want me to go get a permit, fine. I was told to go apply for a permit by Mr. Pasmino, and now they won't give me the permit, which I don't think is his fault. But I'm doing everything I can, and I think Mr. Pasmino will agree, I have cooperated with him at every step. I've been in contact with him every step. Mr. Pasmino, tell me what it is you want me to do, and I'm going to do it. That's what I've always told him. And I've done what he's asked me to, and through no fault of his, now I apply for the permit, the city won't give it to me.
Yeah, okay. Let me have the city respond to what you've just said, and then I'm going to ask you a few questions.
So as to the defense of latches and estoppel, the city's position is that that does not apply because this is a discretionary function by the city, so that those defenses or avoidances should not apply. The city's position in light of the new law, this is a law that came out in July of 2025, and then the Department of Environmental Protection went through rulemaking process. In light of those new rules and standards, the city's position is that the property owner would still need a permit to ensure that the turf is in compliance with the DEP rules and standards, such as the material has to be lead-free, and there are other criteria involved in those that are included in the standards. So necessarily, they would need to get a permit and ensure that they're in compliance with the standards to avail themselves of the protections afforded by 152.572.
So let me ask this then, hearing that. The city's position is not that the respondent needs to pull this synthetic turf up. You're telling me that what he needs to do is have a permit process that evaluates what he has installed against the new DEP regulations. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay, so, but I guess I heard him say that he had a permit in that was denied. So is this just a timing issue here?
What it seems like to me is that this is a law that came out in July of 2025 and then underwent the rulemaking process, which was these rules are pretty new. So I think that there's a learning curve, and maybe with permits that in the past have been treated one way, there might be a new way that those permits have to be processed in light of the new rules.
And I guess let me ask both of you. What I'm looking at here is the Florida Administrative Code, which is stamped draft. My understanding, based on my representation of clients outside of this room, is that these rules are not yet adopted by the DEP. Is that your understanding as well?
That is my understanding.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Mr. City Attorney? So this really is an issue of timing, because I think for the respondent, your difficulty, sir, is that the state law says upon the Department of Environmental Protection adopting rules pursuant to subsection 4, a local government may not adopt an ordinance that prohibits artificial turf. If the DEP has not adopted rules yet, you don't have the protection of this statute.
Well, then why did they just give me a permit?
That's why I'm saying I think this is really just a
Gave me a
timing.
permit for the side, and it's okay. They say, well, it can't be. It's not supposed to be seen from the street, and all this other stuff. You can see it from the street. They just gave it to me, and now they won't. Regardless of that, I mean, they've already given me it.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So let me ask the city. What given the discussion that we've had here, is your recommendation staying the same with regard to the 60 days?
I don't know how long the DEP will come up with those standards.
It seems to me, and I'm probably going to be inclined, because it seems to me that this respondent is sort of just in the middle of a timing issue, as he indicated. And I think for transparency, I appreciate that you said that. You probably at one time were in violation. The state law has come in and is eventually going to help you here, but I don't think you're quite there. So,
well, I still think I'm entitled to a consideration as to whether, the violations are stopped. I disagree with counsel, and I just want to state for the record that in Siegel versus Lee County, 198 Southern 3rd 773, the court held that someone in your position must consider a estoppel or a laches defense. So,
I understand your estoppel argument, but what I haven't seen in any of these documents is any permit that was issued that directly permitted the artificial turf in the driveway. Do you have a permit that was approved by the city that includes artificial turf in the driveway?
It's been denied.
Estoppel, what I understood your argument to be was that you had a permit for the backyard and you have had multitude of inspectors who came to your property and you have permits that
No.
somehow stops the city from enforcing its
No,
regulations.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. What I'm saying is I installed the turf in the front, and if it was a violation, then I had all these inspectors walk across my property for 4 years and never pointed out the violation. And in fact, one of them, who I let in the back to go look at he specifically walked around my property to try to find violations after I was nice enough to give him access to go look in the easement, and he gave me a handful of violations, but he did not give me a violation for the turf.
I understand that.
So I think that's the basis of the estoppel or latches.
I'm going to disagree with you on that. Unless you can show me a permit that's been issued by the city that allowed the artificial turf in the driveway, I don't think that's an accurate way to present estoppel. Just because a various city inspector or code officer comes across your property and doesn't violate you for something doesn't mean that you're allowed to continue doing it. That's not.
I agree with that, but I think I would agree with that generally. But after you let it go for 4 years and you do inspections over and over again, I think, I just respectfully disagree, but I understand your ruling.
All right, so let's get to the meat, which is what are we asking here for the respondent to do? If the city's position is that you're not asking him to rip this out, it's just a matter of making sure that he ultimately complies with the administrative code once the DEP adopts it, are you willing to give him sufficient time to do that? Because that is certainly where I'm leaning.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would defer to Mr. Pasmino on the timing issue.
Yeah, I believe more time is required to see what those guidelines state once they are approved and submitted. And compliance would either be, once they submit those standards, allowing it, and if for some reason the standards change when they are submitted and are no longer just the material type, and they allow us to restrict, that he would have to remove it. But if the standards go forth, I think that's the decision the city needs to make.
And so let me ask the city then, if I impose a specified time, if for some reason there's a delay in the final adoption of the administrative rules, is there a mechanism by which the respondent can speak with city staff and request an extension and have that placed on a subsequent agenda, or is the time that I set today the final amount of time? I know typically these don't come back to me, so I'm a little bit worried about setting a time that isn't sufficient. But if there's a way to put a request for extension on an agenda, I'm happy to set a shorter timeline.
Yeah, we normally don't ask for that.
Yeah, in general, this is the date for compliance that would be set today would be the date that it would need to be in compliance. But typically, property owners work with the code officer and keep them informed.
May I be heard on that?
Sure.
So can I suggest this? Rather than ruling today, can we continue this matter for a few months and see what the DEP does? Because if you rule today, then I have 30 days to file a petition for a writ of certiorari, and I'd rather not go through that process, because I'm going to find out 3 weeks from now that the DEP has their regulations finally issued, and it's going to be a bunch of work for everybody for nothing. So if we could just continue this for, I don't know if you have the discretion to do that or not, but if we can continue it for 90 days, see what happens, and see if the regulations are issued. Because I do think it's just a matter of that statute being fortuitously passed during this proceeding, that I think it's going to be resolved. Why make me tear it up?
Well, I don't think that's what they're asking you to do. That's
what it says in the violation.
Right, but that's not what I'm hearing this morning.
Well, what am I
But
supposed
let me ask the city to respond to what you've just requested.
For continuation?
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Pasmino, since you're the code officer bringing this case forward, I would defer to you on continuation.
I have no objection. Maybe mid-January hearing?
Does somebody have the date? Madam Clerk, do you have the date of that?
90 days would be around February 3rd, and the next hearing after that is February 4th.
I'm not in town the first 2 weeks of February, but I'm here. Is it just monthly, or how, I don't know, how does it work? Is it every month?
Yeah.
There's a hearing?
It's twice a month.
I'm available the end of February. I think I'm away like the
We have
3rd
February
to the
4th,
12th.
February 18th, March 4th,
Are you back the 18th, sir?
Yeah, the 18th I can do.
but that's not with you.
Okay, let's not do that then. Is March with me? March 4th? All right.
So am I just making a note of this, or am I going to get some
Oh,
kind
no,
of
sir, you'll
official
get an order.
notice?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll make a final ruling and you'll get an order.
So are you entering a final ruling today then, or are we just continuing it?
Well, we'll get there.
Okay.
So what you've asked me to do is, you've made a request to continue this rather than have a finding of violation or a formal ruling as it relates to the violation. The city has indicated that they're not opposed to that continuance. So that's what I'm inclined to grant. I will tell you, and I've had the city confirm that that March hearing date is the date that I will be here at the hearing. So it will be me hearing the same continuance and hearing the merits at that time. Just so you're clear and just so everybody's on the same page, if by March 4th there are not final rules adopted, I am not going to be inclined to continue the matter again. Because as we sit here today, I'm confident that you are in violation because there are not adopted regulations by the DEP. And the statute says that once those are adopted by the DEP, the city can't enforce its own regulation. So I just want you to understand they're being lenient with you here today at this hearing. And I think that that's probably the right move, given the fact that you're just in sort of a timing constraint here based on when the statute went into effect and the fact that the DEP has not adopted formally its rules yet. It's in the process, but they're not formally adopted. So I'll go ahead and grant the continuance in this matter. For the record, I've entered both sides' exhibits. I guess before I make my final ruling, anything further you'd like me to hear, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, just so the record is clear in terms of procedural matters for this morning, I've entered both sides' exhibits. I will give the city the respondent's composite exhibit back to include in its case file to be brought back at the next hearing. But for the purposes of this morning's hearing, let the record reflect that in reviewing the evidentiary case file of the city, that the city had good service for today's hearing based on the June notice of violation and notice of hearing for which there was an affidavit of posting, and the supplemental notice of violation and notice of hearing from August, which was hand-delivered and signed for by the respondent in September of 2025. So for the purposes of due process, the respondent certainly had good service, legally sufficient service for today's hearing. Hearing the arguments of both sides and given where things stand as it relates to the state law that was recently adopted, I will grant a continuance in this matter. I will not formally find violation today. I will strictly find good service for today's hearing, and I will reset this for violation hearing on March 4th, 2026 at 9 a.m. So hopefully it's resolved by then, but if not, I will see you on March 4th at 9 a.m., okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pazmino, can I give you this before you get too far away so you can put it in your case file? Thank you.
Okay, next case, number 11, 5840 North Flagler Drive, B, CE 251046163, number 11, 5840 North Flagler Drive.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, go ahead, sir.
Magistrate. My name is Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. I responded to the address 5840 North Flagler Drive, Unit B, in reference to a complaint that was tendered by the current tenant. I met with the tenant on 10/6/2025 and initiated investigation and inspection of the property. During the inspection, I observed the following violations of the city ordinances. 94-71-C, outdoor storage, residential. 18103E, condition of structures, window, exterior door, basement, and hatchways. 18102.3, responsibilities of the owner to provide window screens. 18103C, condition of the structures, interior, partition, wall, floor, and ceiling. There were a total of 5 violations initiated on the notice of violation. That ain't it. Sorry. And 1 has been voluntarily resolved. These violations were documented through photographs and field notes, which have been entered into the case file. The photographs accurately depict my observances. Notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on October 7, 2025, and sent via U.S. mail and registered mail on 10/9/2025. It was also was received on 10/31/2025. A follow-up inspection was conducted on 10/31/2025 and 11/4/2025, at which time I determined that the violations had not been corrected. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 90 days to comply or $150 per day. Just on a side note, I have had several meetings with the tenant. I've been back to the property several times. On October 28th, I did receive a call from Robert Stroming, I believe it's this gentleman right here, identified that he's a representative of the owner. I met with him on 10/31/2025 at the property, and we went over the violations and pointed out the issues that the tenant was complaining about. On 11/4, I went again, and the tenant advised me that there has been a constant flow of contractors there, so they are diligently working to repair the violations.
Okay.
And just prior to the hearing, I spoke with Mr. Stroming. He stated that there is a 15-day turnaround because there are several glass panes that are broken, so that they are on order. And it wasn't started when I was there yesterday, but he indicated that the ceiling, which had water damage and holes, is being repaired.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
All right. Your name, sir?
William Strominger,
And your relation to the LLC?
project manager.
All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. I guess the easy part is, do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen scrolling on the screen being entered?
No.
Okay. So it sounds like you're making progress towards getting the violations complied. Is
We're
that
working on
accurate?
it. Yep.
Okay. And you think you can get those, the remaining violations cured within 90 days?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, not specifically. We're working on getting it done.
Okay. And I guess, let me see, what's the outdoor storage?
If you go back to one of the pictures, there was a table and chairs out there, I guess, or what have you, that's been removed, but there are still signs that say tow-away zone.
They say what?
Tow-away zone.
Tow-away zone? Okay.
Yes, laying up against the thing. He stated, when I spoke to him earlier, just prior, he said that those have been removed or are being removed.
Do you know what set of photos the outdoor storage is in? It's probably in your initial inspection photos, right?
Right there.
Oh, right there.
See the sign laying on the ground there that says tow-away zone, and there are two
Okay.
big signs apparently that are leaning against the wall.
Okay. All right. And you understand what you need to do to get fully complied?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, with that, in case CE 25104-163, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1, without objection. I'll find based on the service documents, notice documents in the case file rather, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of section 9471C, 18103E, 18102.3, and 18103C. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 90 days or $150 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue. So make sure you get those done within the 90 days, okay?
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
28325 Executive Center Drive, CE 2509484, number 28325 Executive Center Drive.
Good morning, Code Officer KT Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While checking a complaint in the area, I observed several violations at 325 Executive Center Drive. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on September the 11th of 2025, citing multiple violations, which are 94-315-A dumpster screening, 18-106-A clean and sanitary, 18-106-G paint touch-up, which has been complied, 34-102-A junk and abandoned vehicles, 94-315-B-1 outdoor storage and screening, 78-6 numbering standards, 94-71C outdoor storage. The notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on September the 12th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on September the 12th of 2025, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on September the 19th of 2025. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on November the 3rd of 2025 and observed the property still in violation of all the violations previously listed except 18-106G. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property manager as well as the assistant director. I might be getting her title wrong. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
They didn't come up? Okay. Okay. But those
Giving
are
you a run
some.
for your money today, huh?
Those are some. There's some from the 3rd as well.
All right, is there an affidavit of posting in there? They don't change color anymore after you've clicked on them, huh? It's gonna make it, yeah. Is it maybe the one at the bottom with the SK thing?
Should be listed, it should be, it should have it labeled.
There we go. All right, thank you. All right, your name, sir?
Johan Pierre.
And your relation to
I'm
Christian?
the owner's representative,
All right.
property manager.
All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. They're telling me that the only thing that's been complied is the paint. You're working on the rest of it, is that correct?
The only thing outstanding is the enclosure for the dumpsters. There were two, but one got taken care of yesterday. Department of Public Works gave me until Friday for them to come and remove the dumpsters and put two larger ones in the enclosure. So that's one. The second one is the enclosure's gate. What the property is saying is that the city gave an operating license to the building without the enclosure, and they were contacting the architect to send a letter proving that. So that's where we are.
What about all the cars with no license
Everything-
plates and flat tires and?
Yeah, everything has been removed. That was our maintenance guy just slacking, and he has been reprimanded. All the cars have been removed. All residents have received stickers for their cars. The cleaning part, that was obvious, and in 2 days it was taken care of.
And all that's been done since the 27th of October?
Yes.
Okay.
Third.
Oh, you were back out there on the 3rd too?
Yes, ma'am, I have up-to-date pictures on the 3rd showing the same things.
So all this was done yesterday then?
When you say all this,
The
meaning?
cars being removed? and-
No, all of them, all cars have been removed. Every car that do not belong to the property has been removed from the property.
Okay. I guess, can I see the photos from 11/3? And you don't have a paper file with you, right?
I don't have the photos with
Okay.
me, they would have to go and print them out.
But you were there on the 3rd, and your testimony is that the violations were
The
still there?
vehicles were still there that I photographed. Like I said, if they've been moved since yesterday, then I would, go back out and be able to see that.
Do
There
a
still was that
reinspection, yeah.
area where all the stuff was piled up and it's a constantly dump pile. The kayak was still there, the trailer and all that stuff stays in that area. Now, if that has been changed since the 3rd, then when I go back out, I will have to see, but also clean and sanitary, there's trash, that area needs some maintenance. It needs to be either whatever you want to make it, either some grass, flower bed or something, but not a dumping spot, because there's getting to be holes and just stuff piled there. And that should not be a dumping area.
Okay. What's the city's response to his statements about the dumpster area?
I have not seen anything saying that it's not required, the
Okay.
closure, because at one point, they weren't using the screen. It's only screened from 3 sides. There's no doors. The dumpsters remain open, and the thing is with having doors or having some sort of proper screening is so that when they're overflowing and stuff is out there, you're not seeing all that stuff,
How many dumpsters are out there? It's
Well,
it's
at the time,
multiple.
it's 5, so
Yeah.
I don't know how many are there today, but when I went back out there, they were still that many. He did say that they were supposed to be coming to remove them, but they weren't removed as of the 3rd.
Okay. All right, so the city is asking me to give you 30 days to get these things complied. Can you get everything done in those 30 days?
Sure.
Okay. All right, and do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being entered into the record?
No.
All right. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No.
All right. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094084, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-315A, 18-106A, 34-102A, 94-315B1, 78-6, and 94-71C. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue. So once you get all those things cleared up, make sure you call her so she can do the reinspection and you can get complied out, okay?
I will.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 163033 Clyde Road, E CE 25073857, number 16.
Good morning. Raphael Forrester, West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer. This property was cited on 7/14/25. The property was posted at City Hall and posted at 10/3/25. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 10/31/25 and was not returned. I have not been in contact with the owner, and the property remains uncompliant. I have spoken to the potential buyer who is here today. The property was cited for 18-106-A, clean and sanitary conditions. I observed areas on the property that needed power washing, driveway, and the porch as well. 18-106-B, excessive growth. I observed growth throughout the property as overgrown. 105.1, failure to secure permit. There's pavers on the property, unpermitted. 94-302-A, fence. I observed that a fence is in disrepair. 18-265, boarding certificate. I observed that there is no boarding certificate in the system. 94-71C, outdoor storage. I observed building materials on the property. 18-106-B, conditions of structure. I observed that the roof is in need of repair. Photos truthfully and accurately depict what I observed at the initial inspection. The city is requesting an additional 180 days to come into compliance. The city will request $100 a day after if the compliance is not achieved.
How much was the fine? 150?
I'm sorry?
How much was the fine?
100.
100, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
All right, your name, sir?
Michael Arias.
And what's your relation to the property?
I am the buyer for the property. I will be closing on or before November 14th, 2025.
Does the property owner know that you're here today?
They do not. I do not know who the owner is on a personal level. I'm working with the agent, the listing agent.
Does the city have any objection to him proceeding with testimony?
We have no objection to him appearing and testifying. I don't think it's absolutely necessary for our purposes today. We've heard what the code officer is alleging and what the violations are. So no objection if the Special Magistrate has any questions for the potential purchaser, but
No, I guess my question is, was there a request for an agent authorization or something from this gentleman to appear today?
No.
Okay. Did you know he was appearing?
Did not. But we both have been having a hard time trying to get the owner of the property to get involved.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay. But you're under contract on the property?
I am under contract, yes.
Okay.
I can give you this copy and you can stay with it if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that. Can you give that to the code enforcement officer?
The first page is the extension to the closing date, and behind that is the 13-page original contract.
Okay. I'm not going to enter that into the record, but I'm going to take a look at it. Can you give that to your attorney and ask him if he has any objection to that, to me taking a look at that? And then I'll give it back to you before you go, sir, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Was this one renoticed? Are there 2 affidavits of posting?
Yes.
Thank you. Any objection to me looking at this?
No objection.
All right, thank you. All right. Okay. What's your plan once the property closes? Are you going to rehabilitate the building, or are you going to tear it down?
No tear down. This will be fully rehabilitated.
Rehabilitation, okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me ask, can I ask the code officer to give this back to him? Thank you. Thank you, sorry. You give it to the respondent. You can have it back. I just want to connect the dots that he's able to speak here today. All right, so the city's asking me to give what will ultimately be you. It's going to be an order against the current owner, but they're asking me to give 180 days to bring this into compliance. Or
Yes.
is that, sounds like that's enough time once you, especially if you're closing, what is that, next week or the beginning of the week after?
Yes. It'll probably be prior. I'll try.
All
I'll
right, so
try to
you're
rush it.
comfortable with that time frame? You think you can
Yes.
get complied by then?
Yes.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
That will be all.
All
Thank
right, do you have any objection to the documents that have been on the screen being entered into the record?
you. No.
Okay, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 250-73857, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not here, but the contract purchaser is here. I'll also note for the record that the notice documents in the case file include an affidavit of posting, in fact, 2 affidavits of posting, indicating that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A, 18106B, 105.1, 94302A4, 18265, 9471C, and 18103B, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 180 days, or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue. So keep in touch with the code officer if there's any issues, but you should have more than enough time.
Definitely.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all we have for contested matters. Next case number 700 South Rosemary Avenue, 112, CE 250-83963, True
You're all
Food
set.
Kitchen.
Thank you.
Good morning. Don Williams, Code Enforcement. True Food Kitchen was cited for a sidewalk cafe permit. I cited them on August 15th of 2025. The previous permit they had expired in 2021. Currently, they do have an application on file. They applied on October the 2nd of 25. Certified mail, regular mail sent out October 7th, 25. Certified mail was signed for October 15th of 25. City Hall and the property posted August 19th of 25. Contact has been made with the owner of the business, and my recommendation would be 60 days to comply or a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And is there a signed certified mail and affidavit of posting is what I'm looking for. There's one. All right, signed certified mail sufficient. And 60 days is plenty of time to get
Yes,
that
it
done,
is.
right?
Mhm.
All right, have you had contact with them?
I have.
Okay. The permit's already been sitting for a month, though, yeah?
Yeah, back and forth for corrections, but
Okay,
it should be
so there's
done.
movement, at least. Okay, perfect. All right, in case CE 25083963, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection, noting that, for the record, that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the documents in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 78342A, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 60 days or a one-time fine of $250 will be assessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2 is complied, 640 Forest Hill Boulevard, CE 25104154. Number 3, 640 Forest Hill Boulevard, CE 25104157. That is complied. Number 4, 1041 21st Street, CE 25094108.
Good morning, Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. I received a phone complaint regarding pests and rodents at 1041 21st Street. I initiated my investigation on September the 11th of 2025 and observed the following violations. 18106E, exterminate for pests and rodents. 18103C, condition of structure, in particular to repair the interior of the home, the walls, the floor, the ceiling. 18103F, to repair the exterior stairs. 2232A, to renew the certificate of use for the rental license. 22441, renew the rental license. 18103G, to repair a clogged bathroom sink. 18102E, to replace missing window screens. 18106G, to paint the exterior near the doorway in particular. 18979, to repair or replace the stove. 744C3, to cut the grass in the yard, and 7894C, to cut the grass in the parkway area. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. The notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on September 22nd of 2025 by the city's clerk. I posted a notice of violation at the property and city hall on September 18th of 2025. I also completed an affidavit of posting on September 18th of 2025. I revisited the property on October 30th of 2025 and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code sections. 18106E to exterminate for the pest and rodents, 18103G to repair the bathroom sink, 18979 to repair and or replace the stove, and 18103C condition of the structure to repair the interior of the home. During the reinspection on October 30th, only the exterior portion of the home was inspected. I did not have access to the interior of the home. I took the photographs at the initial investigation, and when I revisited the property, and these photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, but I made contact with the property owner. All violations were discussed, including how to comply to violations and this special magistrate hearing date. The property owner did inform me that they are having some issues accessing the interior of the home due to the tenant not being cooperative. I advised the property owner that the city would recommend an additional 30 days to comply or $100 per day until compliance is achieved, but the property owner is requesting an additional 45 days. I did inform the property owner that I will put that on the record for her. With that being said, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to comply. If no compliance, a $100 per day fine.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right. And you indicated at the beginning of your testimony, Mr. Lattimore, that this was complaint-driven. Was it a tenant complaint?
It was a complaint-driven. The tenant got into some legal trouble, which family member at the moment had to take access of the home for the kids that were remaining in the home. And once she got there, she was able to see multiple violations, primarily with the rodents, which includes rats and roaches. There were several times during my inspection where I was able to hear the rodents moving around, but was not quick enough to take photos. There were some photos that the family member were willing to submit, but I made very clear to her that I could not upload those photos if they were not going to attend this special magistrate hearing and testify on behalf of the photos.
All right, so the complainant is not the same as the tenant.
It's not, and I did speak with the tenant after she was released from her legal issues and got her up to date with everything that was going on, and did let her know that the property owner is trying to comply to property. Now, where they stand in complying it, I'm not 100% sure what's going on.
All right. Does the city have any objection to giving the 45 days?
The city does not.
Okay. No. That seems reasonable to me, especially if the tenant is giving some
Agree.
impediments to getting in. I presume the extermination needs to be inside the property as well as in the walls or whatever.
To my
else.
knowledge, that is the case, which will require the tenant to relocate, and the property owner is not paying for the relocation due to the damage of the interior of the home. Hence, the tenant is, to my knowledge, delaying the entrance process.
All right. Anything further from the city?
Nothing further.
All right, in case CE 25094108, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer as well as the photographs in the case file, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103G, 18106E, 18979, and 18103C, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 5, 810 30th Court, CE 25063656.
All right. Good morning again. Donald Lattimore, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. While on routine patrol, I observed garden waste, in particular rotten mangoes, in the Parkway area, causing a really bad problem for the neighborhood. Trash and debris and inoperative vehicles at 1810 30th Court. This property is occupied. I initiated my investigation on June 9th of 2025 and observed the following violations: 34102A, to remove the unregistered vehicles from public view; 18106A, clean and sanitary, to remove the trash and debris around the property; 7434A1H to remove trash containers from public view, and 744C5 to remove the garden waste from the parkway area. The city issued a notice of violation to the property owner, which identified the violations, my contact information, and notice of this hearing date. That notice of violation was posted and mailed to the owner 3 times during the case, due primarily to the code officer rescheduling the special magistrate hearing dates. With that being said, I'll read off all the dates slowly. The notice of violation was noticed by certified and regular mail on June 10th of 2025, June 8th of 2025, August 8th of 2025 and October 15th of 2025 by the city's clerk. And I posted the notice of violation at the property and city hall on June 11th of 2025, August 6th of 2025, and October 10th of 2025. I also completed an affidavit of posting on June 11th, August 6th, and October 10th of 2025. All of the affidavit of postings and notice of violations are all in the case file. I revisited the property on July 16th of 2025, August 1st of 2025, and October 31st of 2025, and observed the property not to be in compliance with the following code section, 34102A. The cars are still in public view that needs to be registered. I took the photographs at the initial investigation and when I revisited the property. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed during my investigation. The property owner is not present, but I have been in contact with the property owner throughout this entire investigation. I have also made contact with the family member who is living at the home during my last posting, which was October 10th of 2025. All of the violations since the beginning of this case have not changed. They have always all been explained, how to comply them, only the special magistrate hearing dates. So with that being said, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to comply. If no compliance, $100 per day fine.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
So everything complied except for the cars?
Yes, so to my knowledge, I also included a legal documentation. There's a family dispute of ownership of the home. The current family member living inside of the home is refusing to move, while legally there's the owner from property appraisal is listed on the court documents. So that was part of the reason why some of the rescheduling took place in the beginning of the special magistrate hearing date, hoping that that would clear up. But after speaking to my supervisor, Officer Kevin Levine, he advised me that I need to move this case forward, which is why we are here today for this for the hearing, regardless of what's taking place in the court system. And I explained that to both parties, that code enforcement will remain neutral throughout the process, but we have to set the case before a special magistrate hearing. And it's all as simple as either registering those 2 cars or removing them out of public view. You just can't simply back them in once code enforcement realized that they are not registered.
And what's your request for remedy today?
30 days to comply or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
And I guess, can I see the reinspection photos? It's down to 2 cars, is that right?
It's down to 2 cars, yes. Give me one moment.
I think she was on it, right? Yeah, reinspection right there in the middle. Yeah. Okay, that's the 2 that are there.
That's the 2. And when I posted on the 10th, is when I spoke to the individual living in the home and took additional photos of showing that the tags are still not on the cars.
And they've tried to back them in so you couldn't see the missing tag?
Correct.
All right, anything further from the city?
Nothing else.
All right, in case CE 2506-3656, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include 3 affidavits of posting that the city had good service, most particularly the 1010 affidavit for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 34102A, and I'll give respondent 30 days to comply with that code section, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 9, 383 31st Court, CE 25094118. Number 9.
Good morning. Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This is in reference to 383, property located at 383 31st Court. Just want to start off the section 74-4-C5 mistakenly did not comply that in the system, so that can be removed.
That's complied?
Yes.
Okay.
On 9/18/2025, while patrolling my assigned area, discovered a property that we just previously aforementioned. I initiated investigation inspection of the property. During the inspection, I observed the following violations of the city ordinances. 18106A, clean and sanitary. 94-442-C-1, landscape areas must be grass. 74-4-C-1, hurricane hazard, trimming of trees. 94-482-A, parking requirements, the driveway area. These violations were documented through photographs and field notes, which have been entered into the case file. The photographs accurately depict my observances and were taken by me. Notice violation was posted at the property and City Hall on 9/19/25 and sent U.S. mail and registered mail on 9/24/25. The certified mail was returned on 10/29/25. Follow-up inspections were conducted on 10/30/25 and 11/4/25, at which time I determined that the violations had not been corrected. There was a total of 8 violations, so with that one, that would be 4 have been resolved. I have been in contact with the property owner, identified himself as, his name is Werner. I spoke to him. He stated that the property is slotted for demolition, and he does have a permit that is pending, and that has also been included in the case file. City was requesting, I believe that his permit expires in April. So the city's requesting 180 days to comply, or $100 per day to allow the permit to.
And you said $100 per day?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And thank you. And you said the certified mail came back returned. Did you post as well?
I did.
On what day?
City Hall and the property, and somewhere the gentleman, or the owner of the property, received the notification because he called me.
Okay. There's your affidavit. Okay. And you said there's a demolition permit? They're tearing down the whole house?
That's according to the owner, yes, ma'am. There is indication of like some of the sewage, and I believe if you see the pictures in the driveway that's not of non-dusting material, it appears that there was some sort of cap off done. I don't know if that's sewage or water or what have you.
But the owner understands that demolishing the house doesn't cure some of these violations, right? So they still need to.
Yeah. I
Okay.
guess if they demolish it and and tear up the land as to what he indicated that they were planning to do, yes, that would clear up all the violations.
And that would solve the hurricane hazard?
Uh,
I just want to make sure he doesn't think that the demolition permit solves, so just make sure you communicate that to the extent you have conversations with him.
Okay. They're just trees that are touching the structure. Like I said,
So
I did
presumably those
revisit it,
could
and
come down then,
He did
yeah.
comply. He did have the yard cut. They did take, there was some fencing that was laying down, some glass panes that were leaning against the back patio there. Those have all since have been removed.
But the trees are still there, the hurricane hazard is still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I just see that affidavit of posting, please? Thank you. Maybe. All right, that's it, thank you. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094118, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A, 94442C1, 744C1, and 94482A, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 180 days, or a $100 per day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 10, 509 45th Street, CE 25094098.
Good morning. Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. On 9/15/2025, while patrolling my assigned area, discovered the property located at 509 45th Street. I initiated investigation and inspection of the property. In the inspection, I observed the following violations. 18106, clean and sanitary. 9442E, landscaping of swales and parkways. There were initial total of 7 violations. They have complied with 5 of them.
Okay.
The violations were documented through photographs and field notes, which have been entered into the case file. Photographs were taken by me and accurately depict my observances. Notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on 9/16/25. U.S. mail and registered mail was sent on 9/22/25. Again, this mail was returned on 10/29/25. A follow-up inspection was conducted on 10/30/25 and 11/4/25, at which time I determined the violations had not been corrected. The property does remain in violation. I have not had any contact with the owner, but I have had contact with the contractors that are there actually working on the property. as of yesterday, I met with a lady by the name of Nora, who I'm assuming is the project manager. She identified herself as the supervisor. She stated that they were prepping the yard for irrigation, and that the sod had been on order, and that she believed that within the next 2 weeks that they would be able to sod the area. And they have this, I understand that the place is under construction, but they have this magic pile that appears, and then it disappears, and then it reappears, and then it disappears. So she assured me as of yesterday that that would be removed and taken care of. In speaking with her, I asked her how many days that she think she would need to be in full compliance, and she stated that 60 days would be sufficient time for her. So the city's requesting 60 days or $100 a day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right. And the clean and sanitary, that there looked like there was still garbage, is that right? And then the pile is what you're talking about too?
So, yeah, right. So the initial photos will show a pile, then I went back and the pile was gone, and I went back again and the pile's back, and I go back again, the pile's gone. So she assured me yesterday that they would be removing the trash pile today, and there is evident.
So it was there yesterday?
It was there yesterday.
Okay, okay.
That there is evidence that they are using for lack of a better term, I'd call it a tiller, perhaps, that they're creating runways for piping for sprinklers.
Okay. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094098, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A and 94442E. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 60 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 12, 311 31st Street Court, CE 25094112.
Good morning, Tony Apicella, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. On 9/18/25, while patrolling my assigned area, I discovered a property located at 311 31st Court. I initiated investigation and inspection of the property. During the inspection, I observed the following violations. Let's see, we're on 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 18106B, excessive growth, 74-4-C-4, trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way, 94-71-C, outdoor storage residential, 94-446-2-E, edging, and 18106A, clean and sanitary. Notice of the violation was posted on the property on 9/19/25. U.S. mail and registered mail was sent on 9/22/25. The mail was returned on 10/29/25. Follow-up inspection was conducted on 10/30/25 and 11/4/25, at which time I determined these violations had not been corrected. The initial notice of violation carried 7 violations. None have been resolved at this time. I did receive several emails, which are in the case file, and phone calls from Mr. Mealy, who's the owner. He is a disabled vet and is undergoing some medical situations, and asked that if the city could help, because he was unable to do it himself, to get the yard cut and groomed. So I gave him a number. I reached out to my supervisors, and we did locate a program that is put on by Habitat for Humanity, And I had contact with them. They stated that he did qualify for the assistance on paper, and that there had to be some kind of follow-up where they needed to go out and physically look at the property. So on 10/17, I did receive a call from, and I don't want to ruin this lady's name, Miss Naber. That's when she told me that he does qualify for the on paper for it, and that somebody would be out there in the next 2 weeks, and that she would call me and let me know what the status is based on their observations at that point. As of 11/3/25, I did not receive any communication from Ms. Naber. I did call and leave a message and have not received anything. So on 11/4, I visited the property to see if anything had been complied, and Mr. Neely actually was waiting outside for a veteran's van to take him to the Veterans Hospital. I spoke with him briefly, and he stated that he has called several times, sent them emails, and even sent them a letter via U.S. mail in attempting to find out what the status was. He said there were people that did come out and were showing him, what's the term, they show you what color the house, they want to paint the house. And he said, I'm not asking you to paint the house, I'm asking you to cut the grass. So there may be a breakdown of communication. Originally, the city was going to ask for 90 days to comply with $50 per day, but I understand with this program that things might be moving slowly. So I'm going to change that and ask for 120 days or $50 a day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right. I mean, the violations seem clear. I guess my question is, does the program that you're talking about, does that clear up all the violations? Does the respondent understand that he's going to have to do some of it on his own?
I don't know a whole lot about the program. I referred him. I had a number that I referred to him. And like I said, on the 17th or whatever, I believe it was the 17th, on October 17th, I received a call from Ms. Naber, who identified herself as being with the Habitat for Humanity program.
Okay. Just make sure if you have future correspondence with him after this hearing that he understands that they may not solve all of these violations.
I saw him yesterday. I gave him the number that Ms. Naber left with me, and I said, try to give her a call. Like I said, I left a message, called her, left a message. I received nothing in return.
All right. Anything further?
I'm sorry?
Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094112, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1H, 18106B, 744C4, 9471C, 94446-2E, 18106A, and 18106K, and I'll require respondents to comply within 120 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Case number 13821 Franklin Road, CE 25083945.
Good morning, Raphael Forster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 8/11/25. The property and the City Hall were posted on 9/19/25. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 9/23/25 and was signed on 9/25/25. I have been in contact with the owner, and the property remains non-compliant. The property was cited for 7494C, swales and parkways. I observed that the parkway needed to be maintained by cutting and edging. 744C4 trees and hedges. I observed the hedges obstructing the sidewalk. All photos truthfully and accurately depict what I observed at the initial inspection. The city is requiring additional 30 days to come in compliance. The city will request $100 a day after if compliance is not achieved.
What was your recommendation? I'm sorry.
100.
What was your recommendation?
30 days, 100.
30 days and what?
100.
100. Sorry, you're very difficult to hear. I'm not sure why. Thank
Trying
you.
to get it in my face.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
Is there an affidavit of posting in there?
Right there. I believe that's it.
Perfect, thank you. And you said there was you got a signed green card back?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you send multiple affidavits of posting? Did you send multiple
Correct.
notices?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And everything remains out of compliance, correct?
Correct.
All right, in case CE 2508-3945, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the code enforcement officer's testimony that the respondents are in violation of section 7894C and 744C4. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 14, 823 Cayuga Drive, CE 25094133.
What was that number again? What was the number again?
823 Cayuga.
Cayuga, okay. Good morning. Rafael Forrest, the Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. The property was cited on 9/25/25. The property and the City Hall was posted on 9/29/25. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 10/1/25 and signed on 10/3/25. I have been in contact with the owner, and the property remains non-compliant. The property was cited for 18106A, clean and sanitary. I believe I observed black residue on the sidewalk, so asking for power washing the sidewalk. 74-47C-4, trees and hedges. I observed tree obstructing the right-of-way. 18106G, I observed the structure in need of paint. 94-442C-1, I observed that there's some areas in the yard that needs grass. All photos truthfully and accurately depict what I observed at the initial inspection. The city is requesting a 45 days to come into compliance, and the city will request 100 a day after if the compliance is not achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And was there a signed certified mail in there as well? You got a signed certified mail or no?
Yes,
Is there a copy of it in there?
should be. But I also don't see my pre-hearing photos as well.
You have an affidavit, so there's sufficient service with the affidavit. Any communication with the respondents?
Yep. They're in the process of selling the home,
There it is.
so they started working on it. And then when I went out the other day, you could tell that they started, but what left is actually painting the home and some ground cover throughout the property.
Yeah, okay. All right, anything else?
No.
All right, in case CE 25094133, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting and a signed certified mail, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondents, in violation of sections 18106A, 744C4, 18106G, and 94442C1, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 45 days, or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 15, 2747 Parker Avenue, E CE 25094096.
Good morning, Raphael Forster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 9/10/25. The property and City Hall was posted on 9/16/25. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 10/31/25 and signed on 9/27/25. I have been in contact with the owner and the property remains non-compliant. This property was cited for 18-212-C sign requirement. I observed that the property was vacant and was registered but does not have the owner's contact information on the property. 18-265 boarding certificate. I observed that there is no listing board certificate in the system. All photos truthfully and accurately depict what I observed at the initial inspection. The city is requesting another 45 days to come into compliance. The city will request $100 a day thereafter if compliance is not achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And how do you have service on this one?
I'm sorry?
How do you have service?
45 days.
No, how do you have service? Did you get a signed green card or did you post?
I posted.
Posted. Okay, right there, thank you. That's from September. Did you post a couple of these again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there not one after that for October? Or maybe that was it.
I think that one was it.
You sent it certified on October 31st or September 31st? And that one's not notarized. Is there a complete copy?
I sent that on 31st.
There's a complete copy there, okay. And the photos of the boarding and the sign requirement. Perfect, thank you. And there's no boarding certificate on file?
I'm sorry? No, there isn't.
And there's no sign posted on the property that's required?
Correct.
Okay, any communication with the respondent?
No.
All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 2509-4096, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1. Without objection, I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 18212C and 18265, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 17, 1016 Andrews Road, CE 25084020.
Good morning. Raphael Forrester, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 8/27/25. The property and City Hall was posted on 9/23/25. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on 9/23/25 and has not returned. I have not been in contact with the owner, and the property remains non-compliant. The property was cited for 7434A1A trash can in public view. I observed trash can at my observation at the initial inspection out in public view. 94442E, landscape areas must be grass. Observed areas in the swell in need of ground cover. 22-441, license and business tax receipt required for rental dwelling. I observed that there is no rental license to this property. 18106K, landscape maintenance. I observed that the landscaping was not being maintained. 22-32-A, certificate of use. I observed that there is no certificate of use in the rental property. Photos truthfully and accurately depict what I observed at the initial inspection. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance. The city will request $100 a day after if compliance is not achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to insert the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what's the evidence of rental?
I actually had a conversation with the tenant twice in regards to the violations, and they would communicate that to the owner, and the owner never reached out to me. And I looked into the system, and there is no rental license or CO for that property.
All right, but you spoke to a tenant who identified themselves as a tenant?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 25084020, I'll enter this city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1H, 94442E, 22441, 18106K, and 2232A. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 18, 838th Street, CE 25104169.
Good morning, Kishana Watson-Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. 838th Street was cited on October 8, 2025. The violation includes section 74-4-C-3, overgrowth, 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 94-71-C, outdoor storage. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on October 10, 2025. Certified mail was attempted and a note left by the post office. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 9, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial inspection and my follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have been in contact with the owner of the property. On November 3rd, 2025, I revisited the property and found that it is still out of compliance with Section 74-34-A-1-H and 94-71-C. Therefore, the city is asking for additional 15 days to come into compliance. If compliance is not achieved, a fine of $100 per day.
And that was 15 days?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And what was the outdoor storage?
They had cabinets and stuff outside on the patio area.
Oh, inside the carport there, is that what you're talking about?
Right.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25014169, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer and the documents in the case file that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1H and 9471C. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 15 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 19, 3803 Australian Court, CE 25094073.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. 3803 Australian Court was cited on September 10th, 2025. The violation includes section 94-485-E, surface of parking and loading, so they needed to resurface the driveway. 18-106-L, landscape, missing sod. 94-71-C, outdoor storage. Set 34-102-B, inoperative vehicle. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on September 12. Certified mail the note was left by the post office. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on September 10th, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violation as I've observed them. I have been in contact with the owner. On November 3rd, 2025, I revisited the property and found that it is out of compliance with section 81-106-L, landscape, missing sod. Therefore, the city is asking for 30 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
And you said a $100 a day fine, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the landscaping photos, it just needs sod in some areas, is that right?
They have mulch, yes.
Huh?
They have mulch, it needs to be sod.
They have mulch, it needs to be sod, okay. I can just see that photo. I think I missed that in the original. Oh, right there? Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094073, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of section 18106. Is that L or I? L?
Yes,
L.
landscape.
And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections, or that code section, within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 20, 821 42nd Street, CE 25084012.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm. 821 42nd Street was cited on August 28, 2025. The violation includes Section 74-4-C-3, overgrowth, 94-446-2-E, edging, 18-106-L, landscape requirement, 94-71-C, outdoor storage, 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 86-240, parking on unpaved area in a residential property, 18-106A, clean and sanitary. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on October 20, 2025. Certified mail was delivered and signed for October 24, 2025. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 16, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial visit and my follow-up. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have not been in contact with the owner. On November 3rd and 4th, I revisited the property and found that only Section 74-4-C-3 overgrowth is complied. Everything else is not in compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting 30 days to gain compliance, if not $100 a day fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
All right, thank you. All right, in case CE 25084012, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find, based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-446-2E, 18-106L, 94-71C, 74-34A1H, 86-240, and 18-106A, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 21, 4026 Greenwood Avenue, CE 25094043.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. 4026 Greenwood Ave was cited on September 4th, 2025. The violations include Section 78-94-C, Sales and Parkways, 18-106L, Landscape Requirement, 18-106B, Excessive weeds. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on September 10, 2025. Certified mail was delivered and signed for on September 16, 2025. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on September 9, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have not been in contact with the property owner. On November 3rd, I revisited the property and found that it is out of compliance with Section 18-106L, landscape requirements. Therefore, the city is asking for 30 days to comply, or $100 a day fine.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
So the landscape is just where it needs grass?
Yes.
In that prior photo that was just up there? Okay. And then just the affidavit
That's
of
not the right
posting.
property.
That's,
No, that's not the one she should be on. No? Greenwood is a vacant lot. This is A21. 4026. Yeah, there we go. You just came off. There we go. Look at that one.
which one is it?
She's in too much. She got too much. Open it back up, me see. Greenwood app, yeah. Right, that one.
So it's that there, okay.
That one.
All right, and is there an affidavit of posting in there? All right, thank you. All right, in case CE 25094043, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both the signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photos in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 18106L. And I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 22, 4210 Greenwood Avenue, CE 25094026.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm. 4210 Greenwood Ave was cited on September 2nd, 2025. The violations include section 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 94-302-A-4, fence and wall maintenance, 78-94-C, swales parkways, 18-106L, landscape requirement, 18-106G, painting, 94-446-2-E, edging, 78-6-4, numbering color, 22-34-A, certificate of use, 22-441, rental license. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on September 3rd, 2025. Certified mail was returned on October 6th, 2025. In addition, both the property and city hall were posted on September 2nd, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have been in contact with the property owner. On November 3rd, I revisited the property and found that it is out of compliance with section 94-302-A-4, fence and wall maintenance. Therefore, the city is requesting 45 days to comply or $100 a day fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what was that fine amount?
45 days or $100 a day.
$100 a day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So everything complied except for the fence, right?
That is
And
correct.
that was the fence on the side, like a wood fence? That was
That's
one of
correct.
the first photos? Okay. Just a posting affidavit, if we can get that to pop up. There we go. All right, in case CE 25094026, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photos in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94302A4, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those codes, that code section within 45 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 23, 814 42nd Street, CE 25094061.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. 814 42nd Street was cited on September 8, 2025. The violations include Section 18-106-G, painting, 94-485-E, surfacing of parking, loading, driveway needed resurface, 18-106-L, landscape requirements, 18-106A, clean and sanitary, 94-482-A, parking requirements, 94-71-C, outdoor storage. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on September 10, 2025. Certified mail was delivered and signed for on September 15, 2025. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on September 9, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations I observed them. I have been in contact with the property owner. On November 3rd, I revisited the property and found that it is out of compliance with Section 94-485-E, surfacing of parking loading, 18-106-L, landscape requirement, and 94-482-A, parking requirement. At this time, the city is requesting 90 days to comply or a $100 fine.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what's the violation of 94-482A? Yeah, I see the driveway's broken, but what's the parking
The parking
requirement?
on unpaved areas.
Oh, somebody was parking on the
Yeah,
grass
they have
or something?
multiple vehicles.
All right, I didn't see that one yet. That's where you're talking about
Yes,
there?
so if you look at there, all the vehicles, there's vehicles in front of this one, that's parking there.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2509-4061, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-485E, 94-482A, and 18-106L, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 24, 810 42nd Street, CE 25094053.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm. 810 42nd Street was cited on September 8, 2025. The violations include Section 74-4-C-3, overgrowth, 74-34-A-1-A, trash can in public view, 94-71-C, outdoor storage, 18-106-A, clean and sanitary, 18-106L, landscape requirement, 18-103-F, condition of structure. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on September 16, 2025. Certified mail was delivered and signed for on September 19, 2025. Both City Hall and property was posted on September 9, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visit. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have been in contact with the owner. On November 3rd and 4th, I revisited the property and found that it is still out of compliance with Section 74-34-A-1-8, trash can in public view, and 18-106A, clean and sanitary, driveway needs to be power washed. At this time, the city is requesting 30 days to comply or a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what was the clean and sanitary? What needs to be pressure washed?
The driveway.
The driveway, okay. And what was your remedy? Comply with
30 days or a $100 a day fine.
30 days or $100 a day?
That's correct.
All right, in case CE 094053. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 18106A and 7434A1H. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 25, 817 42nd Street, CE 25094055.
Kishana Watson Foster, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm. 817 42nd Street was issued a courtesy on September 8, 2025, and then cited on October 3rd, 2025. The violations include 74-4-C-3 overgrowth and 74-34-A-1-A trash can in public view. Service was accomplished by both regular and certified mail sent on October 6, 2025. Certified mail is showing that it's still traveling through network. In addition, both the property and city hall was posted on October 3rd, 2025. Photographs were taken during both my initial and follow-up visits. These photographs accurately and truthfully depict the violations as I observed them. I have not been in contact with the property owner. On November 3rd, I revisited the property and found that it is still out of compliance with section 74-34-A-1-H. Therefore, the city is asking for 15 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
Thank you. Special Magistrate of the City would like to answer the case file, including the photos and testimony and evidence.
All right, just a photo of the garbage can. They did the hard part, but not the easy part, huh?
Right, I said the same thing.
Can't win sometimes. The garbage can is there, okay. All right, in case CE 25094055, I'll enter the city's case file into the record as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1H. And I'll require a respondent to comply with that section within 15 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 26, 1358 11th Street, CE 25104168.
Good afternoon, Code Officer KT Weaver, City of West Palm Beach. While checking a complaint in the area, I observed several violations at 1358 11th Street. I took photos of the violations which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on October the 8th of 2025, citing the following violations: 94-446-2-E, edging; 18-106-K, landscape maintenance; 94-442E, landscaping of swells and parkways; 34-102-A, junk abandoned vehicle; 78-94-C, swells and parkways; 18-106-M, maintaining landscape; 94-482-A, parking requirements; 18-106-A, clean and sanitary; 78-94-C, swells and parkways; and 94-71-C, outdoor storage; and 94-487-B-1, removal of prohibited vehicle. Notice of violation was posted at the property and City Hall on October the 8th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on October the 8th of 2025, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on October the 18th of 2025. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on November 3rd and observed the property still in violation of all the violations previously listed. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had no contact with the property owner. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what's the junked vehicle? I presume the bus or whatever that is a prohibited vehicle?
Yes, and then that particular vehicle is moved, but then that opened a whole nother can of worms. So there's another vehicle and like a camper trailer beyond the carport on the grass area as well.
Maybe pull up those initial. Yeah. Oh, this one won't open? And is that what you're talking about in front of that bus there with the tarp on it?
Behind it, but
Okay.
well, in the front, which is, it's hard to see with it there, but
Yeah,
that
okay.
has been removed, but there's still more in front of that, yes.
Okay. And the parking on the front yard, is that the bus too?
The parking on the yard is not the bus, it's those vehicles that were in the swell.
Oh, they were
and
partially
then-
on the grass?
And then in front of the bus, there's another vehicle as well as a camper.
Okay, I
that's
see right
parked.
there. Okay. And all of these remain in violation, all these sections?
Yes, only thing that's been removed was the bus.
But it didn't comply by the time you specified?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25104-168, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file, as well as the testimony of the code officer, that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-446-2E, 18-106K, 94-442E, 34-102A, 18-106M, 94-482A, 18-106A, 78-94C, 94-71C, and 94-487B1, and I'll require respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation thereafter.
Number 29, 1305 11th Court, CE 25094105.
Good afternoon again. Code Officer KT Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While checking a complaint in the area, I observed several violations at 1305 11th Court. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the multiple violations observed. I initiated my investigation on September the 17th of 2025, citing the following violations: 78-94-C, swells and parkways, 94-302-A-3 fence permit, 22-32-A certificate of use, 94-446-2-E edging, 22-441 rental license, and FBC 110.1 work subject to inspection in reference to the fence. A notice of violation was posted on the property and City Hall on September the 18th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on September the 18th of 2025, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on September the 26th of 2025. Certified mail was signed for. I revisited the property on November the 3rd of 2025 and observed the property still in violation of all the violations previously listed. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property owner. She did apply for the rental license and everything. It did come through on the 3rd. I have since contacted her, and now I am awaiting response so that I can set up the inspection for the rental license. Once this inspection is done, if everything is okay, then that part should be complied. But the fence, I haven't seen a permit on file or even an application on file for that. Some of it has been taken down by the tenant, but not everything. And so the city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, ma'am. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And I guess, can you show me the photos of the fence?
Oh, you see well, that's just not the chain link, but on that, see on the right?
The white fence?
Yes, on both sides. And then in the rear of the property, there was also a wooden, like, handmade fence that went around the rear of the property. He has taken that side down. On this side where the other white is, the white's down, but then there's still a wooden.
Okay, so there's still some fence up. Okay. All right, and nothing's complied, right, of the code sections that you listed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, in case CE 25094105, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 7894C, 94302A3, 2232A, 94446-2E, 22441, and 110.1, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 30, 1425 13th Street, CE 25094047.
Good afternoon, Code Officer K.T. Weaver with the City of West Palm Beach. While checking and complaining in the area, I observed several violations at 1425 13th Street. I took photos of the violations, which accurately and truthfully depict the violations observed. I initiated my investigation on September the 5th of 2025, citing the following violations: 94-446-2-E edging, 18-106-K landscape maintenance, 94-442E landscaping of swells and parkways, 34-102-A junk abandoned vehicle, 78-94-C swells and parkways. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong code violations. I'm surprised you guys didn't stop me. These won't probably be in the right order, but 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view, 94-442-C-1, landscape area must be grass, 78-94C, swells and parkways, 94-71-C, outdoor storage, 94-482-A, parking requirements, 18-106-A, clean and sanitary, 94-446-2-E, edging, 18-106-I, litter, trash, and debris. And I think that's all of them. 18-106-B, excessive growth, which has been complied. 18-106G. The notice of violation was posted at the property in City Hall on September the 9th of 2025. The affidavit of posting was completed on September the 9th of 2025, and a copy was placed in the case file. Certified and regular mail was sent to the mailing address listed on PAPA on October the 11th of 2025. Certified mail was returned. I revisited the property on November the 3rd of 2025 and observed the property still in violation of all the violations previously listed, minus the cutting of the grass. Reinspection photos were taken showing the remaining violations. They were uploaded to the case file. I have had contact with the property owner, who initially requested 2 weeks to come into compliance. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And Ms. Weaver, did you say 18106I, litter
Yes,
trash?
yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right. All right, thank you. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094047, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include, I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the service documents in the case file, which include a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 94482A, 18106A, 94442C1, 9471C, 94446-2E, 18106G, 7434A1H, 7894C, and 18106I, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 31 is complied, 909 West Lakewood Road, CE 25104-204. Number 33 is complied, 928 Francis Street, CE 250944141. Number 34, 1021 Paseo Andorra, CE 25094119.
Good afternoon. Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. I received a complaint about the property at 1021 Paseo Andorra regarding outside storage and chickens kept on the property. I performed my inspection and cited the property on 9/19/2025. The violations observed were 18103B for conditions of structure. There's rotted wood along the roof, and there is a shed in the rear of the property that's deteriorating and falling apart. 74-4C4, trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way. There are hedges at the front of the property that are overhanging low over the street, not allowing full access. 9471C, outdoor storage. There's outdoor storage on the property visible from the neighboring property, some of it stored at the end of the driveway, visible from the street. 22441, after doing research, the property was determined to be rented. There's attached water account in a different name. It's the same owner as they had a previous rental license that was closed out due to non-payment. It's the same owners and same address and everything. 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions. There's trash debris on the property, unsanitary conditions that require pressure washing surfaces. 34102A, junk abandoned vehicles. There was inoperative vehicles observed. 18106B, excessive growth. There's excessive growth of vegetation in the front yard. 14-1 for the farm animals, the chickens and roosters kept on the property. 2232A, certificate of use required for rental property. 74-4C1, hurricane hazard for the trees that are overgrown and in close proximity and touching the structure. I've had no contact with anyone regarding this property. There has been some cleanup in regards to the outside storage and trash and debris that was visible to the neighboring property, but it still remains. The two violations I'd like to have complied are 14-1. The chickens were unobserved. They were unable to be observed during reinspection. 34-102A, the inoperable vehicle was removed from the property. All the other violations do remain. There has not been corrections to them. With all that being said, the city is recommending 30 additional days to comply these violations. If not, we're asking for a fine of $200 a day until compliance is achieved. All the photos you're seeing were taken by me, showing my initial inspection and my re-inspection.
Thank you, Officer Pasmino. Special Magistrate of the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
I'm sorry. The case, the notice of violation, notice of hearing was sent on September 30th. It was signed and received on October 4th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 22nd, 2025. The certified notarized affidavit of posting is attached to the case file.
Is there a posting affidavit in there? You had me looking for the chickens in all those photos. I didn't
Yeah.
see one chicken.
They were quick, like my fellow
You
code
get all
officer
the way to
said.
the end and you tell me you couldn't find the chickens.
That was the main complaint, and either they removed it or they're hiding very well.
All right, there's the posting affidavit. So on the certificate of use, there shouldn't be any reason why they can't get through that process in 30 days, right?
No.
Okay. And everything else, nothing else requires permitting or should otherwise take more than 30 days?
The shed in the rear would probably have to be demolished, which shouldn't be held
That
up
still should
within
be
the 30
enough
days.
time
Yeah.
to do that. Okay. All right, anything further?
No.
All right, in case CE 25094119, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting as well as several signed certified mails that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of the code officer that the respondents in violation of sections 18103B, 744C4, 9471C, 22441, 18106A, 18106B, 2232A, 744C1, and I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 30 days or a $200 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 35 is rescheduled, 4100 Miller Avenue, CE 251040164. Number 36, 725 Selkirk Street, CE 250132222.
Good afternoon. Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. This property was initially a courtesy notice that got escalated to a notice of violation, notice of hearing for violations observed while patrolling. The notice of violation, notice of hearing case was created on September 19th, 2025. Certified mail was sent out October 1st, 2025. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 22nd, 2025. The affidavit of posting is notarized and attached to the case file. The violations observed and cited in the notice are 18103B for the conditions of the structure. There's rotted wood and rotted siding, wall siding on the exterior of the structure. 18106B, clean and sanitary, including pressure washing surfaces. 7434A1H for storing the garbage cans in public view. 94302A4 for wooden fence in disrepair, and 18106G for exterior paint. The exterior surfaces were dirty, stained with signs of mildew and mold. After creation of the notice being sent and discovered while posting that there was a fire at the property, as seen in the photos. And I just made contact with the owner yesterday while doing a reinspection. The owner does intend to rehab the property, bring it up to code, complying the violations, but he has to wait for the insurance process in order to get funding. With all of that being said, the city's recommending 90 additional days to comply these violations in this case. If not, we're asking for a fine of $100 a day.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And the fence is right there. Is that the missing slats? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's the wooden fence, and on the other side as well. From the reinspection photos, you could probably see it more right there.
The paint's clear. The garbage can is clear. The clean and sanitary, that has to do with the
Pressure washing, the
yeah,
walkway,
okay.
the sidewalk, and driveways.
Okay. All right, and just, oh, there's more fence, okay. Just the notice documents for the affidavit and I guess an affidavit of posting is all that's on this case. All right, thank you. Anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 250132222, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondents are in violation of section 18103B, 18106A, 7434A1H, 94302A4, and 18106G. And I'll require respondents to comply with those code sections within 90 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 37, 715 Bunker Road, CE 250738868.
Good afternoon. Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. The property at 715 Bunker Road had a courtesy notice opened by a former code officer, and I escalated it to a notice of violation. This case, the notice of violation case, was cited and created August 28th, 2025. Certified mail was sent out October 1st, 2025. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 22nd, 2025. The violations in this notice that I observed were 94-442C1, landscape areas require grass. There are bare areas in the front yard landscaping that are missing ground cover. 18103B for conditions of the structure. There were openings in the under the house vents in the front face of the structure. 78-94C for swale parkways, requiring it to be sodded and maintained under 6 inches. 18106B, excessive growth, and 18106G, exterior paint. I have had contact with the owner of the property, who has made some changes and updates regarding the violations. As of yesterday, the violations 18103B and 18106G have complied. The owner has requested additional time to secure funding in order to comply with the yard, putting down sod, installing grass, and maintaining it. The city is recommending 30 additional days to comply the remaining violations. If not, the city is asking for a fine of $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And where's the excessive growth?
The front yard is not being completely
So it just needs to be
cut.
just needs
It's
to be
over 6
mowed.
inches. Yeah, it's not being maintained.
And the landscape has to be grass is clear. The swales on the parkway needs sod. Okay.
Yeah, so
And
they
did-
painted it and repaired the openings
On
the
the
structure.
side, okay. And the respondent, did he know you were requesting 30 days?
Yes,
And he thought he could get it done within that time?
he said he could get it done within 30 days.
All right, and the only other thing I need to see is the affidavit of posting.
It's all the way at the bottom.
I think it was at the bottom, yeah.
The 10 one. Yeah. No, yeah. So.
Thank you. All right, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25073868, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-442C1, 78-94C, and 18-106B, and I'll require a respondent to comply with those sections within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
Number 38, 525 Nottingham Boulevard, CE 25094046.
Richard Pazmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Officer. The property at 525 Nottingham Boulevard was brought up with issues during a quality of life meeting with multiple departments within the city. I initiated my investigation. Initially, there were some food trucks being kept on the property and an illegal structure. The violations I observed were 18106A, trash and debris on the property, 94483B, locations of parking loading spaces. They converted part of the required parking space on their property by adding a structure and by permanently keeping a food truck, an operating food truck there. 94315A for dumpster screening. They are required to have a garbage can enclosure to screen the garbage can from public view. 94485G for traffic control aids, specifically delineation of the parking spaces is supposed to be double striped. 94485B1E, paved and marked parking. This is more specific. Let me see. That also goes with the, to have the proper delineated parking spaces. 94402E1, the sign permit required. There were no permits on file for the sign on the structure at this business, including the painted on ones and the ones displayed in the windows. 78-1, obstruction of the right-of-way. Part of the parking spaces that they have on their site they're not correct. Those ones right there, the property line is actually not where the black top starts. So those parking spots are in the public right-of-way.
So it's further in?
The property line is further in.
Okay.
There's a lot of attachments in here, which kind of show everything. I just want to try to get it all on record because there was a lot of, the owner was arguing a lot of the stuff in this notice. We held multiple meetings with multiple departments, including planning and zoning. And the last violation on the notice was 78-6 for the address characters. They were not displayed properly on the structure. This case was created on September 5th, 2025. Certified mail was sent out September 11th, 2025. It was signed received September 17th, 2025. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 9th, 2025. The notarized affidavit of posting is attached to the case file. So the issues with the food truck and the unauthorized, unpermitted structure, which was that tent outside area, were complied immediately. Throughout the process, the property owners made changes to the parking spaces. They resurfaced and restriped without a permit. They're contesting the requirements for a permit to do such work. All the communications between building department, planning, and zoning department are attached to this case, where it clearly outlines it is required to have a permit. Their argument was that the structure was from the 1950s and does not have to meet today's code. During the meeting and in those attached communications, it was determined that they still have to meet today's codes. Part of it is the ADA parking space. It has to meet today's codes, which the way they redid it themselves, without permit, without approval, they just created extra parking spaces to try to satisfy the violation. In the notice, throughout the communication, we explained multiple times that a permit is required. It has to go through the correct process. It has not been done. Let me see. So as of today, the parking lot in the condition, it does not meet the code sections that are cited. But code section 78-6 for the numbering has been corrected, and code section 18106A for the trash and debris have been corrected. They are required to apply for the permit, get approval, and do the work required in that permit to specification, to site plan. The city is recommending 90 additional days to do that. If not, the city is asking for a fine of $100 a day until compliance is achieved. Regarding the sign permit, they covered up most and removed most of the sign. They want to keep just the front face sign painted on. They applied for a permit. It has not been approved yet.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony as evidence.
And can I see the notice of violation? And for the record, the respondent is not present. So you had a lot of communications, but they didn't show up today.
Yeah, a lot of communications. They held meetings with the head of development services. A lot of communications attached with the building department, the building official. They're still arguing basically everything in the notice.
Well, today would have been a good time to come and continue that argument.
Yeah.
All right, and you think 90 days is enough time? That's a reasonable amount of time for them to comply with all of these?
If they start the process to get the ball rolling, yes.
Okay. All right, anything further?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 25094046, I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include both a signed certified mail as well as an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the code enforcement officer that the respondent's in violation of sections 94-483B, 94-315A, 94-485G, 94-485B1E, 94-402E1, and 78-1, and I'll require the respondent to comply with those code sections within 90 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violations continue thereafter.
And lastly, number 39 is complied, 910 Paseo Palmera, CE 25073800.
All right, given we're well past 11:30, do we just want to continue?
Good with me.
Is that okay for you? All right, so with that, we'll transition to the other matters section of the agenda. It is 12:51. For those of you in the room, my name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for this portion of the hearing. If you're here for one of the matters on the other matters agenda, I'm going to swear you all in. If you could stand if you're able and raise your right hands for me, including any city staff who has not previously been sworn. Stand up and raise your right hands for me. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. So a little bit about process. I think for all of the items on today's agenda, when you hear your case called, come to the podium that's down here to my right. City staff is already standing there at the podium to my left. The city will, in most cases, either give me a bit of brief introductory testimony or present their case in the instance of the sanitation cases. But when the city is finished, you will then get an opportunity to speak. You will get to explain for the fine reduction hearings why the fine should be reduced and present your side of the case as it relates to the sanitation cases. Any documents will either be on the screens on both sides of you or provided to you. So with that, keep in mind that all of your testimony is given under oath, and I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case numbers 40 and 43 for 3920 North Shore Drive, CE 201-00268 and CE 18050231.
Okay, for case CE 18050231, the property at 3920 North Shore Drive was cited for unsanitary conditions, landscape maintenance, and outdoor storage. The case went to a hearing on 5/23/18 and was ordered to comply by 6/7/18. The fine started on 6/8/18. It was a daily fine of $50 a day. It ran for 1,020 days. The current fine is $51,000. The comply date was 3/23/21. The property owner, Mr. Hermanson, and I have reached an agreement to reduce this lien to 15% or $7,500. For CE 201-00268, that case was cited for overgrowth and outdoor storage. It was ordered on 1/18 of 2020 to comply by 12/3 of 2020. The fine started on 12/4 of 2020, a daily fine of $150 a day. It ran for 109 days. Current fine is $16,350, and the owner and I have come to reach an agreement to reduce this lien to $2,500.
And did you come to an agreement on the time to pay?
Is 60 days sufficient?
That would be great.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, what's your name, sir?
My name is Tor Hermanson.
All right, you are listed on the agenda. So you've heard what the city is saying. You're in agreement with both reduction amounts?
I am.
All right, and 60 days you said is enough time to pay?
I beg your pardon?
60 days is sufficient time for you to pay those?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that the liens, if they're not paid in the 60 days, revert back to the original?
I do understand.
Okay, very good. Anything else you'd like me to hear on either case?
I can't hear you.
Anything else you'd like me to hear on either case?
I would like to say that Mr. Joyce is the first person from the, I apologize to the city. I meant no disrespect to the city on the cleanliness or things like that. But Mr. Joyce is the first person from the city that took me aside and took the time to meet with me and explain exactly what it was that I needed to do. And because of that, I was able to come into compliance. And that prior to that, there was, I'm going to stop talking now.
I'm sure he appreciates hearing that, and that's probably in your best interest.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
No, he took the time to meet with me and went over each photograph and explained it. I did not know that you couldn't have a garbage can in view.
Yeah, sometimes the explanation is very valuable. That's right. Yeah. All right, anything further from the city?
No, that's it.
All right, so I'm going to rule separately on these, and then she'll give you an order before you leave. So in case CE 201-00268, I will grant the mutually agreed reduction. I'll reduce the lien from $16,350 to $2,500, payable within 60 days. And in case CE 1805-0231, I will again grant the mutually agreed reduction and reduce the lien from $51,000 down to $7,500, again payable within 60 days. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
And she'll give you those orders right there. Thank you.
The instructions to pay are at the bottom. It's like, you know, the instructions to pay are at the bottom.
Okay.
Let me call the next case, then I'll step aside, okay? Number 47-4105 Greenwood Avenue, CE 25023352.
4105 Greenwood. Okay. Oh, she's coming. Okay. So this property, 4105 Greenwood Avenue for case CE 25023352 was cited for clean and sanitary, trash can in public view, landscape the swale, restrictions on plantings in the swale and parkway, outdoor storage, obstruction of the right-of-way, and landscape maintenance. It was ordered on 4/2 of 25 to comply by 6/1 of 25. The fine started on 6/2 of 25. It was a $100 a day fine. It complied on 7/10 of 25, ran for 38 days. The total fine is $3,800. The property owner and I have, or the heir of the property owner, have reached an agreement prior to this hearing to reduce the fine to 15% or $570 payable within 120 days.
Your name, ma'am?
My name is Claudette McFarlane. I represent Isla McFarlane, who owns the property, but she's deceased, so we're looking about probate processing now. So
Okay.
actually,
And you've heard what the city is saying? You're in agreement to reduce it to $570 payable within 120 days?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, anything else?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. In case CE 25023352, I will grant the mutually agreed reduction and reduce the lien amount from $3,800 down to $570 payable within 120 days. And she'll give you a copy of the order right there.
Yes.
Thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Number 49, 3600 North Australian Avenue, CE 24041741.
Okay, for CE 24041741, 3600 North Australian Avenue, the property was originally cited for a prohibited vehicle, trees and hedges obstructing the right-of-way, unpaved parking, clean and sanitary, and excessive growth. It was ordered on 6/5/24 to comply by 9/3 of 24. The fine started on 9/4 of 24. It was a $100 a day fine, complied on 11/5 of 24, ran for 62 days. Total fine is $6,200. I've reached an agreement with the applicant to reduce the fine to 15% of the lien, or $930 payable within 120 days.
Your name, ma'am?
Damia Gordon.
Thank you. And your relation to the church?
I go to the church and I'm an attorney.
Okay, you're counsel for them?
Yes,
All right, you're in agreement with the reduced amount?
I am.
All right, and you can pay that within 120 days?
We will.
All right, anything further?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you. In case CE 24041741, I will grant the mutually agreed reduction. I'll reduce the lien amount from $6,200 down to $930 payable within 120 days, and she'll give you a copy of that order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 44633 10th Street, SN 25032371.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Manu Henry. I'm from the city of West Palm Beach Solid Waste Compliance.
This first case was originally cited by Code Officer Mark Slater. The property was cited on March 25th, 2025. The notice of violation was posted on the property March 25th, 2025. The Solid Waste Department received a complaint from a neighbor about the condition of the property. On March 25th, 2025, the property was observed with loose trash in the swell area, which is presented in the photos. The property was cited for the following codes. 74-31-D requires a special pickup. 74-35-D recycle materials. 74-4-A-3 maintain adjoining right-of-ways. 74-35-A-1 garbage out too early. Illegal placement and retrieval of containers same day. 74-34-A-1-A improper containment. Prior to this property being cited, on December 4th and the 24th of December 2024, the Solid Waste Department provided the property owner with 2 courtesy pickups within the same month for the same concerns being presented today. Photos are available for reference and can be entered into evidence if needed. I do have them here if needed. The photos presented today are accurate and show the cited code violations. I have made contact with the property owner. He is there present. The property was cited on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, and the owner was given 24 hours to comply. The reinspection occurred on March 26, 2025, and was failed. Because the reinspection failed, the city removed these items from the swell on March 27, 2025, to bring the property into compliance. The city is currently requesting a total fee of $450.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and evidence, into the photos and testimony into evidence.
And I guess just a question, I'm not sure that I've handled one of these sanitation cases before, so this is essentially you're asking for a fine in the amount that the city incurred to remove the refuse, is that right?
Yes, for the fee schedule, it would be $300 for the removal, $50 for the reinspection, and then $100 for 1 day of the container not being retrieved, same day of service.
Okay. So essentially I need to find a violation and then assess a one-time fee, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, your name, sir?
My name is John Nering.
And your relation to the property owner?
I'm the owner of the company who owns the property.
Very good. All right, let's start with the easy part. Do you have any objection to the documents that you've seen on the screen being?
No, I don't.
Okay. And you've heard what the city is saying. They're asking me to find a violation and assess a one-time fine of $450?
Yeah, basically I'm here to ask you, if I could, for some reduction first, and then for some help with the social workers to deal with the tenants. I'm dealing with them since 2017, and there's no way to continuing evicting them because of trash and other things without some education. I still have one that I evicted a few months ago, and yesterday she texted me she's in the on the streets with her kids. So I think it's better if we could have some help from social workers to educate these people with the trash, because that thing is something that I have people that goes to the properties every week. Now, in this specific property, I have one tenant that I'm paying to keep it clean, but it's impossible. I'm here, I just showed him. This morning, I have more trash on the streets, so.
Yeah, so I appreciate what you're saying, but I'm only a code enforcement special magistrate, so I can't help you with that. The only thing that's before me are cases that are on this agenda as it relates to the alleged violations.
No.
You can speak with the city, but I can't help you with arranging services outside of this proceeding. The only thing I'm here to review is whether there was violations and what the appropriate fees should be. Let me ask the city, his request is for mitigation. These are on the other matters, but these are not mitigation hearings, right? You're asking for recovery of your fees?
That's correct, right? Yes.
So,
Sanitation department,
Good morning, Sonia Benz, sanitation supervisor.
It's on other matter because it's not a regular code enforcement case, it's a sanitation case. So the fees are not able to be reduced. So like what Officer Manu said, $50 for the reinspection and $300 to remove, and $100 for maintaining the trash can visible after the property was re-inspected.
Okay, so just so I understand, and so he understands, excuse me, the city's code sets these fee amounts, and there's no opportunity for reduction, right? The
Correct.
fees are what they are, is that?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so does that make sense to you, sir? This first is a procedural matter. The fees haven't, or the fines haven't been assessed, so you can't ask for a reduction until there have actually been an order assessing the fine.
Okay.
But what the city is telling me and what I'm telling you is that the city's code doesn't allow for reduction of those fees. I guess they're hard costs, and that makes sense. But there's not an opportunity for me to negotiate them lower, or for you to ask me to negotiate them lower. The city's code sets the fee amounts, or the city's fee schedule sets those fee amounts.
Okay,
All right, so no objection to the documents being entered?
no objections.
All right. I guess, are there service documents in there? Yeah, can I see that?
If you scroll over, there should be one listed photos for hearing.
For sanitation cases, we post the property and complete the affidavit of posting.
There it is, right there.
Correct.
That's what I need to see. I just need to make a finding of service for this hearing. Thank you for bearing with me on the sanitation cases. I don't think I've heard one of these. All right. All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, anything further from you, sir?
No, just about the social workers and how can we deal with West Palm Beach citizens
Yeah, that you're going to have to
tenants.
speak with somebody at the city. This is a code enforcement matter, so or proceeding, so I can't help you with that. I don't know if city staff can direct
but
you to the right place, but that's not something I can assist
I
you with
understand,
today.
Your Honor, but I'm looking for a lot of people here and nobody can help. So who is responsible for those citizens that needs help?
So again,
I'm not,
the
but-
city is hearing what you're saying, but you own the property, right? So
Yeah, exactly.
You're responsible for what your tenants do on the property. That's all I can address
doubt.
today is what's
Yeah.
happened on the property. The city has heard what you're saying. If there's
No, okay.
contact information they can give you, I'm sure that they will, but that's not something that I can give you here today. All right. In case SN 2503-2371, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents for today's hearing that the city had good service. I'll find based on the testimony and the photographs in the evidentiary case file that there's a violation of section 7431D, 7435D, 744A3, 7435A1, and 7434A1A. And I'll assess a fine in the amount of $450 for those violations based on the city's fee schedule. Is there a specified date in the order that those have to be paid?
I don't know. I'll have to look at the code. I don't know what the code says.
All right, so for today, I won't specify a date, so let's just make sure that the orders don't have a date. So that'll just be a $450 fee. All right, thank you.
Number 45, 633 10th Street, SN 2503-2326.
My name is Manu Henry, City of West Palm Beach Solid Waste Compliance. Property was cited on March 17, 2025. The notice of violation was posted on the property same day, March 17, 2025. Solid Waste Department received a complaint from a neighbor about the condition of the property. On March 17, 2025, the property was observed with a mattress and bedside table in the swell area, which is presented in the photos. The property was cited for 74-4-D bulk goods, as well as 74-4-A-3 maintaining adjoining right-of-ways. The photos presented today are accurate and show the cited code violations. I have made contact with the property owner. He is present. The property was cited on Monday, March 17, 2025, and the owner was given 24 hours to comply. The reinspection on March 18, 2025 failed. Because the reinspection failed, the city removed all items from the swell on March 20, 2025 to bring the property into compliance. The city is currently requesting a total fee of $350.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony, into evidence.
All right, your name again, sir?
John Nering.
Thank you. You've seen the documents scrolling on the screen on both sides. Any objection to those documents being entered?
Nope.
All right, same thing here. Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No more. Thank
you. And just the affidavit, when you get a second. Okay. All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case, SN 25032326, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents, which include an affidavit of posting, which are included in the case file, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of sections 74.4A3, 74.4B, and I'll assess a fee in the amount of $350 for those violations.
Number 46, 633 10th Street, SN 2502228.
Manu Henry, City of West Palm Beach, solid waste compliance. The property was cited on February 26, 2025. The notice of violation was posted on the property on February 26, 2025. The Solid Waste Department received a complaint from a neighbor regarding the condition of the property. On February 26, 2025, the property was observed with more than 3 oversized bulk items requiring a special pickup. These items included a mattress, boxes, a chair, phone boxes, and other pieces of furniture placed in the swell area as shown in the photos. The property was cited for the following codes: 74-34-A-1-A, improper containment; 74-31-D, requires special pickup; 74-4-A-3, maintain adjoining right-of-ways. The photos presented today are accurate and show the cited code violations. I made contact with the property owner. He is present. The property was cited on Wednesday, February 26, 2025, and the owner was given 24 hours to comply. The reinspection on February 27, 2025 failed. Because the reinspection failed, the city removed all items from the swell on February 28, 2025 to bring the property into compliance. The city is currently requesting a total fee of $350.
Thank you, sir. Special Magistrate, the city would like to enter the case file, including the photos and testimony into evidence.
And what is the fine amount you're asking for?
$350.
$350, okay. All right, your name again, sir?
John Nering.
All right, any objection to the documents that you see on the screen being entered into the record?
Yeah, some of those trash are not from my property. They use that area as a dumpster, but that's just a note. I cannot prove it.
Okay. Can I see the initial ones there? Thank you. Okay, perfect. All right, anything further, sir?
Nope.
All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case SN 250-22258, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the notice documents in the case file, which include an affidavit of posting, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file and the testimony of city staff that the respondent's in violation of section 7434A1A, 7431D, 744A3, and I'll assess a one-time fine of $350 for those violations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is anyone here for number 41, 2015 Parker Avenue? CE 15061116, that case is rescheduled. Number 42, 1365 11th Street, CE 14090387.
Mark Joyce, Code Enforcement. The property at 1365 11th Street, case number CE 14090387, was cited for a repair of roof, rotten wood, interior walls and ceiling, plumbing, toilet not secure, and extermination. It was ordered on 11/5/14 to comply by 12/5/14. A fine started the following day. A daily fine of $200 a day, ran for 3,756 days. Current fine is $751,200. The comply date was 3/18/25. Normally, the city would ask for 25% or 75%, but it's an extremely large fine. So I'll ask for 15% or 85% reduction, and still $112,680.
And was this under the current owner or the prior owner?
This is a new owner.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, attorney for the property owner. And I was in touch with Mr. Joyce, and we discussed this. The numbers here are obviously out of whack. Let me tell you a little bit what happened. It's a unique case, Your Honor. My client, this is actually 2 owners ago that had the violations. My client looked to buy the property. When he realized there was violations, he only bought the property, and after multiple extensions, entered into an agreement with that owner that they would be responsible for the fines and resolving the violations. He entered into that agreement. They had, obviously, he would have done things a little differently. If we go back in time, he wouldn't have even bought this property, but he was advised that it was in compliance and had heard nothing else. He went to do a lien search earlier this year and found that they actually did not come into compliance and the fines were still running. That's when he contacted our office, and we worked with him to get it into compliance quickly. It was brought into compliance this year, and he ended up having to spend of his own money, even though he didn't create the violation. He spent $30,000 to get all the permits and legalize it. He then had spent another $6,000 or so on additional things that were needed on the property with landscaping and trees. So he's already put in $36,000 onto this property to resolve the violation. He went after the prior owner, and not only were they unresponsive, but the company dissolved. And now he has really nobody to go after. So he's sort of stuck holding the bag, which he understands the predicament he's in. But Your Honor, the value of this property is an affordable housing property. It's a Section 8 property. It's not really generating much income at this point, and the property appraiser has it at $230,000, the property value. The fine is 3.5 times the value of the home itself. And I understand, in speaking to Mr. Joyce, and he was very helpful, I understand that he has sort of, 10 to 15% is usually the most he offers. Here, we really have a unique case. My client's already in the red on this property based on the work he's put into it. He understands there'll be a fine, but I'm just sort of pleading with you here because of the facts. If we could do something like a $10,000 fine, which is still a lot for him and the value of this home, but it's just a really unique situation. I've never seen anything like this where the fine is so much larger than even the value of the home. He's already put in, over $35,000 in work into the house, and he's only getting, affordable housing rent on this, and that's where we're at. So those are the facts, Your Honor. I know it's unique here, and that's why I wanted you to hear that instead of just agreeing to something that doesn't make sense.
So it's a single family, right? So it's,
Yes, it is a small single-family home. It does qualify for affordable housing. He has it rented for Section 8. He's had difficulty keeping tenants, a little bit like the prior gentleman, but he's managing it. But any fine beyond what I'm asking for is just going to make this impossible. He's already well into the red on this property because of the failures of the prior owner and their inability to bring it to compliance. And then obviously they lied to him and disappeared and dissolved the company, and now he has no one to go after.
I guess I hear that, but we sort of live in a buyer beware world, right? And these are recorded liens, so if you buy a property that has liens recorded against it, that's on you, not on the city.
I understand, Your Honor. This ran for
A long,
over 10
long
years,
time,
and
yeah.
he's only owned it a couple of the years.
Yeah.
And in the time that he's owned it, the minute he became aware that it wasn't resolved was earlier this year, and he brought it into compliance within a few months of becoming aware of it. Again, he didn't create the violations. I understand it's buyer beware. I've explained this all to him. He's just a little bit in over his head with this and would do things differently next time. But again, this was like a roof leak, some relatively minor stuff, and a relatively low value property. So the fines are the violations are not egregious in that way. And when I look at these cases, I look at the value of the property compared to the fine, and anything above, a little. Again, I requested $10,000, and I know that's way below the normal percentage, but it all occurred prior owner, and it really is a unique case.
And I guess I'll ask the city, but I tend to disagree with you on the gravity of the violations. These seem like pretty severe. Was this a property that was in significant disrepair and
I'd say yes. I mean,
it has extermination codes?
The roof was an issue. The interior walls and ceilings obviously affected from the roof. Plumbing was a problem. The toilet was like loose and not securely secured to the floor.
And my client did again, just because it's one small home is what I meant, but my client did solve everything when he became aware it was still an issue. So it wasn't like he created it. And again, what I will tell you is if there was two owners before it got to my client. He wouldn't have bought it if not for an agreement that someone else would handle it. Obviously, that fell through. They did not go through with their portion of the agreement. He has no one to go after. But at least he was the first person to solve it, whereas two prior owners did nothing.
No, and I certainly, that's, I'm sure you've reviewed the statute, so I have a couple of things I can consider. One of them is the efforts that your client undertook to remedy the violation and get it back into compliance, but the gravity of the violations is another. How many code cases has this property had?
Oh, I don't have that information. Are you able to pull up this address?
Sir, in the meantime, can you do me a favor and spell your first and last name for me?
Mickey, M-I-C-K-E-Y, and the last name is Marrero, M-A-R-R-E-R-O.
Thank you.
And we submitted the letter of intent, and we're in the right. Thank you. While she gets that, Your Honor, he did advise me that over the last the year or so that he's had it, he had a call, complaints about something happened with the tree. He always resolved it quickly. So anything that came up, again, he's not living there, but anything that came up, he addressed it quickly and expended funds on that as well.
And when did your client buy the property?
He bought it, I think 2022.
22?
She's coming up with 34 cases, but that's from 2012. But so if you go from when did you buy it?
My client bought it in 2022.
2022. Is there anything since then?
Yeah, and he told me that there were cases, and he complied with those quickly. He even complied with those.
3 cases.
He complied with those while the fine was still running, not realizing that this wasn't resolved. So he would get a notice for a violation. He would address it. And the fine for this case we're here before you, Your Honor, was actually running, and he was resolving those without knowing this fine was running until he did the lien search earlier this year where he realized that this case had not been resolved. So he was addressing newer cases, not knowing this was running a fine.
And how was this bought? Was there title work done?
Yeah, he was aware, and that's why he had multiple extensions. He explained to me when he bought the property, he had 2 extensions, and then ultimately they had to close, and they agreed to resolve it, and there was some damages if they didn't resolve it, but then they disappeared. I told him, listen, if I would have advised you then, we would have done things differently, but he did certainly make a mistake. He's very well aware of that. We're just trying to make the best of the situation right now.
Yeah, I guess where I'm kind of stuck is in the middle, because what I have to consider is what the neighbors had to endure. And if there were really 34 cases against this property, this was not just you forgot to mow your grass one time and a fine ran for 5 years. This was a repeat offender case, right? So even though it wasn't your owner, that doesn't change the fact that if you live next door to this, it was not in a good condition for quite a long time.
31 of those cases were the prior owner.
I understand that. I understand that, but that doesn't change that your client bought a pretty significant problem at a significant risk to himself. So I'm certainly willing to reduce it significantly. The trouble is that the numbers are so far apart here. So I don't think I'm gonna get either party probably what they want, but and I'm sure you're well aware that just because the fine outweighs the value of the property, there's plenty of case law that says that doesn't matter at all, and the city's entitled to every dollar that's imposed as lien. So,
Your Honor, I'm aware of that. I'm trying to give you everything that I have here because this gentleman's in a tough spot.
I'll try to find the balance for you, but it's again, my concern is more so for the residents of the city who had to deal with the fact that this was very clearly a derelict property for a number of years. And I understand that's no fault of your client, but that doesn't change the reality. If you live next door to this house, that would be a problem if you live next door. All right, I'm going to give both sides one last opportunity. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
Yeah, Your Honor, just really, and whatever you rule on, if it's okay, just because it's significant for my client, if I could just take a minute to call them to make sure it's something that we can work with, if that's possible. But again, I know that this was a property created issues for the neighbors for a long time. My client was the one that solved it. He's not created it. So while that occurred, thankfully someone did come in with the means and the desire to resolve it.
And spent good money, and I understand that, and I will certainly consider that in the reduction that I grant, because that certainly that does bode well for your client. The rest of it, I'm not sure does, but that part certainly does. Anything further from the city?
I think with this being a new owner, and then he did eventually, after like 2 years, come into compliance. I will reduce our ask to 90% reduction, or a 10%, or 75,120, and then let you decide from there.
Gonna leave it still squarely in my lap, huh? All right. All right. All right, in case CE 14090387, having considered the testimony of both sides, having specifically considered the number of prior cases against this property, and even more specifically the number against this current new owner, and considering the amount of money that was spent on rehabilitating the property by this new owner and getting the property back into compliance, and considering the gravity of the violations, I'm going to reduce this fine from $751,200 down to $25,000. How much time do you need to pay that?
If you give me just 60 seconds to call my client.
You can call him, but that's going to be my ruling, so
No, I
nothing is
understand.
going to
Just
change.
as far as the amount of time.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Be very quick,
I'll be
please.
very quick.
This is different. Everything's different. This hearing's just gone crazy. It usually doesn't happen. That's in the calls. I can't ask how long. It's so weird.
I don't know what's standard here. That is a lot. We understand. Is 120 days okay?
I'll give you 120 days to pay it. And just make sure you communicate with him that if it doesn't get paid within that 120-day window, it goes back, and I don't believe you get to come back. So make sure it gets
Understood.
paid. I'm sure that the city is not happy with that reduction, but I do appreciate the efforts of your client to get it into compliance. So she'll give you an order there, but make sure he understands he needs to pay it within those 120
Absolutely.
days.
And thank you for
Okay?
your patience in dealing with this
Thank
unique
you.
case. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Joyce.
Thank you.
Okay, and number 483801 Greenwood Avenue, CE 22010051.
Okay, CE 22010051, 3801 or / 3800 Greenwood Avenue. The property was originally cited for exterior paint, exterior wall repair, board and secure exterior doors, trash and debris, bare landscape, sod, the swale and parkway, and rotten wood. It went to a hearing, and there was a split order. Some of the violations were given 60 days or $100 a day, and the others were given 10 days or $100 a day. So it was basically accruing $200 a day for quite some time. But so the 60-day violations ran for 1,100 days, and the 10-day violations ran for 149 days. It came to a total of $224,900. This is also a large violation, a large amount, and so the city will ask for the 15% or $33,735.
All right, your name, sir?
Ricardo Freder.
And your relation? You do not look like a Bank of New York Mellon trustee.
No.
Are you the new owner?
Yes, I'm the new owner. Under Fredershausen.
You're the what?
Under Fredershausen, the new owner under Fredershausen.
Freitas Housing.
Oh, that's a new, okay, that's a new owner. All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. Did you get this as part of a foreclosure or something, or?
Yes, it was a foreclosure.
Okay. Okay. What's your position as it relates to the reduction?
Okay. In relation to the reduction, I understand the days that the city wanted certain things done. However, because of permitting to get everything done and approval through the Historic Society, it couldn't have gotten done within the time frame that the city required it. We literally closed all permits out on August this year. So, but as far as getting everything done in a timely manner, once we got all the permits, you can see where everything has been done as quickly as we could have gotten it done.
Was this violation against the new owner, or was it against the prior owner?
This was in January. I think he bought it in the same month that this was cited. So
It was, we got it in March.
So,
You got it in March?
February of 22. It's February 17 of 22. Freitas Housing purchased it, and then so this was in January. So it's just before he purchased it.
And as far as the boarding and all those things, as soon as we got it, we applied for boarding permits. Everything to get it secured within that time frame was done.
Actually, it looks like the hearing itself was ordered, because it was ordered on 2/16, the fines, and he bought it on 2/17.
Yeah, we didn't have anything for a hearing.
What kind of property is this?
It's a single family with multiple units.
Okay, so it's a
Well, it's
rental.
under the historic, it's a historic building.
When you bought the property, you bought it at foreclosure auction?
Yes.
Okay. Was the city?
Yeah, that's the house right there.
Well, that is the new pictures of the house.
That's it currently, and after he's fixed it up. Yeah.
Do you have any of the before pictures that?
Oh yeah, it's in the case. We got it.
So the city's lien was not part of the foreclosure?
I guess not.
It was after, so you weren't foreclosed out. I mean, the city's asking me to give you a significant reduction, but the lien amount is pretty high, so.
It is still pretty high, Your Honor.
Yeah, so what's
And-
your response to their 33,735?
That is extremely high. After, again, if you see the difference with the properties, we did put time and money because we literally just got done in August. So we've had so many issues with this property with contractors because my wife and I she's an ex-military. We literally bought the property as soon as she retired. And because it's something that my daughter actually wants, this property, because, but we do buy properties in our corporation for liability reasons.
Okay.
How
much money did you spend on rehabilitating the house?
We spent around $300,000 to rehabilitate the house.
And that's what it looked like when you got it?
Yes.
And are you intending to get rid of it, or you're just trying to get the lien?
Oh, no, no. We would love to keep it. As I said, it's something that my daughter actually, when she saw the house, she thought it was a little castle, and she would love to have it when she returns to Florida to go to school. So it's something that we're definitely trying to keep.
Okay. What do you think the fine should be reduced to?
I would love to say 0, Your Magistrate, because of all the work and everything that we've put into it, and not really getting a chance to be heard on it until now, because any and everything that has been, we've done everything within a timely manner that could have been done.
Do you have the property appraiser sheet?
Yes.
Well, how much did you pay for the property?
$99,000.
What's the value of the property?
I didn't look at it before I came in.
It'll be on this sheet, thank you. So you didn't actually get it at the foreclosure, you bought it from the bank.
Well, it's a foreclosure. Well, yeah. How did it auction? It's through auction.com. So
But you bought it with a warranty deed. You didn't get certificate of title, so the bank got it back through the
Okay.
foreclosure, and then you bought it from the bank.
Right.
Okay. All right, does the city have any response based on what he said?
No. Sorry. He did a good job. The place looks good.
Yeah, and this is, again, you heard what I said to the prior person. This is the rub for me, is that the residents had to deal with the disrepair for however long that persisted. But that doesn't negate the fact that you spent a lot of money to get the property back to a very nice condition. So I'll certainly consider that in making my ruling. But I don't think that 0 is going to be in fact, I'm certain that 0 is not going to be the number that I land on. Because again, there is the reality for people who live in that neighborhood is that they had to deal with the property being in disrepair. If it went through foreclosure, that is not a quick process anymore. So there's quite a lot that the neighbors had to deal with. And this is not just one, again, it's not just a grass scenario. This is boarding certificate. So in terms of the gravity of the violation, that's about as severe as code enforcement gets. For the neighbors to have to deal with next door. So
I do understand the neighbors had to deal with a lot because as far as once we acquired the property and even attempting to fix the property, we dealt with a lot of vandalism, which was, issues in and of itself.
yes, I can only imagine. Let's. It's the trouble with these liens when they get so high. But like you heard me tell the prior person. All right, anything else you'd like me to hear?
And that's it.
All right, anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in this case, CE 2201-0051, again, having considered the gravity of the violations and the amount of money that the new owner spent to rehabilitate the property and get the property into compliance, I'm going to reduce the previous lien amount from $224,900 down to $6,700. How much time do you need to pay that?
At 120 days, please. if
Payable
that's
within 120 days. That is certainly not what the city wanted me to grant to you, but I have considered the fact that you spent a lot of money to get it rehabilitated, and I think that's, at the end of the day, that's important to the city and to the neighbors, so I hope that gives you the reduction that you need. It's a significant reduction. It's still a little bit of money, but it's much better than what the city was requesting that I give you.
I appreciate it.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you so
And she'll
much.
give you an order there.
Thank you.
Are we finally done? All right. With that, I'll adjourn at 1:41.